to this intellectual event on research methods and data analysis using SPSS. Humble beginnings leading to great outcomes have been well brought out by the journey of IPEM group of institutions, Ghaziabad. With a legacy of over 28 years and over 30,000 alumni, IPM stands tall in its glory on the education horizon. Established in 1996, it aimed at imparting value-based education and excelling quality standards of knowledge. Backed by the knowledge and well-known faculty, the college advances innovation and excellence by organizing intellectual sections, interactive lectures, and other programs. Founded by late Mr. B.S. Goyal, a pioneer in education with more than 55 years of teaching and research experience, and led by the astounding leadership of our secretary, Mr. Anupam Goyal, Director General, Colonel Dr. A.S. Malhotra, Executive Director, Dr. Sugandha Goyal, Dean Academics and HOD Management, Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, our institute has high hopes of generating world-class professionals and helping today's youth towards the path of success. It is the result of the exemplary efforts of IPM that the institute has been awarded by various prestigious bodies in the last many years. IPM has received Indian Achievers Award, Excellence in Education 2021, and Best Excellence Institution in NCR Award, and Shiksha Bharati Award by IAF India. I feel immensely elated to share that our institute has also been awarded an A grade by National Assessment and Accreditation Council India. IPM is going to organize an international e-conference on paradigm shift in business and management, challenges and opportunities of sustenance and enhancement in higher management education in collaboration with Nilay Field Consultancy and Training, Malaysia and Ghaziabad Management Association on 27th of January 2024. You can have a look at the posters shown on the screens. Further, in this endeavor, we are conducting this FDP on research methods and data analysis using SPSS in collaboration with Early University, Himachal Pradesh, organized by Research and Development Cell under the aegis of IQS. The objective of this program are to understand the basics of SPSS and its application for selecting appropriate research methods for conducting empirical research, to give hands-on experience in statistical techniques through SPSS, to interpret the results of the output based on the statistical analysis using SPSS. Topics to be covered are, starting from the introduction to SPSS, we'll move further to the data management, hypothesis testing, correlation analysis, regression analysis, factor analysis, and hands-on SPSS. To make this morning a blessed one, to invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom, for seeking the choicest blessings for the same, I invite our honorable dignitaries for lamp lighting. I request Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dean Academics and HOD Management. I request our resource person, Dr. Satish K. Mittal, sir, kindly come up on the stage for lamp lighting. I request Ms. Nishi Sharma, Dr. Nishi Sharma, Principal, CTE Department, kindly come up on the stage now. I request Dr. Meenakshi Tomar, Principal, Law Department, kindly come up on the stage now. And our conveners and co-conveners, Dr. Divya Rana and Dr. Suruchi Satsang. Give them a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You all can have a look at the program schedule shown on your screens. I request Mr. Sushant Chaudhary, Dean of Academics and HOD Management, sir, kindly come up on the stage for a welcome address.
A very warm good morning to all the people sitting out here. Well, it was said by Einstein that God lies in details. And to get to the details, we need methods, particularly research methods. And to analyze the methods, use those methods, maybe at that time he was not aware about it. Now we know that we need SPSS particularly. So SPSS is our doorway to heaven and our doorway to God as far as research is concerned. So it's a humble beginning, and it was always required that we should conduct this type of FDP. It was expected by all the faculty members that we should have such type of platform where we can have some knowledge related to research methods and SPSS from some expert, and which can be beneficial to all the people in the institute so that they can further explore their research endeavors with a greater level of knowledge and understanding of research methods. So I am very thankful to Research and Development Cell of IPM Group of Institutions, all the members, Dr. Divya Rana, who is the convener, Dr. Suchi Sasangi, Dr. Mona Sahai, Dr. Viditi Rastogi, Mr. Ankul Vashne, and Ms. Priyanka Gupta. All the people have contributed a lot in the conduct of this FDP. And we are very privileged to have the presence of Professor Satish Mittal with us, who is an academic expert and have been conducting such type of FDPs for the last so many years, and has been associated with Gautam University for the last 11 years. And you name it, he has it. He has published papers in not only UCK Index Journal, but also NW, OS, SCI, all type of reputed nationally and internationally journals, and he has a lot of knowledge and wisdom as far as research methods and data analysis is concerned. So we are privileged to have his presence with us. Thank you, sir, for being with us. And I expect that this program, this FDP will go a long way in improving our research quality in the coming years, and will benefit us all in contributing better quality research papers, better research for our own development, and also for the growth and development of the institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our resource person for today's FDP is Dr. Satish Mittal. Dr. Mittal has over 21 years of academia plus training experience and has 35 publications in peer-reviewed journals. Out of these, 15 are in UGC listed journals and 10 are SCI WS Scopus indexed. He has been a resource person for several FDPs and conferences by working as chairing and co-chairing sessions. He is also actively engaged in the supervision of PhD thesis and also the managing director of GBURIF, Section 8 Registered Incubation Center at GB. Now, I request Mr. Shashank Chaudhary, Dean of Academics and HOD Management, to kindly come up on the stage for felicitation of our resource person for today, Dr. Satish Mittal. Sir, I request you to enlighten us for the first session on SPSS and parametric and non-parametric tests.
Very good morning to all of you. Respected Deans School of Management, the head of the department, principals and deans of other departments, faculty members, participants of this workshop or training program. Once again, very good morning to all of you. And thanks for inviting me for this program. And let's start, I think, this workshop on research methods. As we all know, it is always said in academia that either publish or perish. So we need to publish research work. And for that, we need to do research. I strongly believe that research is not only required in academics, it is required in every field of life. Being a male, when wife said something, I need to do research in back of my mind, what exactly she wants. And in the same way, when husband says something, or may not be, you don't do less research in case of husband, but Indians are researcher, I believe, from the birth. Kids know how to get things done from their parents. They do research. They do qualitative research. Ladies think twice when their mother-in-law says something. and they do research. So I believe research is something which is in our nerves, and we need to study this formally to use it in our professional life. And being in academics, academia is our professional life, so we'll be learning formal research. So from as Shashank sir rightly said, research was there in the ancient time also. When Einstein said something, research was there. And research was there, in the time of Ramayana and Mahabharata also. People used to do research. And those people were successful who did right research in the right way. So nowadays there are softwares. There are a number of softwares. And I learned SPSS in year 2001 during my PhD. And got various jobs also because of this SPSS. So then few days back, Dr. Divya approached to ask for SPSS workshops. I thought of it is from last 3 years I never had any workshop on SPSS. Nowadays I do run the workshops on R and Python. But SPSS is very much attached, very much near to my heart. I said, yes, ma'am, I will come. Definitely. Let's rejuvenate those days when I learned SPSS. And yesterday when I got a call that some people are facing problem in installing SPSS. Our research starts from there. How to install SPSS. And many of us face problem there also. I'm a person of practice rather than speaking. So I speak less and practice more. And I think this is the base of workshop also. So rather than telling what should be done, what should not be done, because when I joined research, my professor used to tell me, do good research. And when I asked him how to do it, somehow one of my professors was blank on it. He said, do good research. I told you, but how to do it? Our papers do not get published in good journals because we have not used sophisticated research techniques. But how to use those techniques? How to get good graphs? Software gives. Manually, these are not possible nowadays. So exactly, I think we should start practicing. There are several school of thoughts on it. And most of the time I did workshops and training programs I organized also with one of my colleagues in Punjab University, Chandigarh, UPS. We used to have Professor SP Singh Sahab. Now he is no more in this world. But actually, he had a very firm belief that without theoretical knowledge, research cannot be done. And he used to differ with me that practicing is important, more important. And he used to say, no, theory is more important. I learned a lot of theory from him. And I found there is one topic on non-parametric tests. When I asked sir in year 1999, he studied from Colorado University. He said, I want to learn non-parametric tests. Parametric tests are easy. He gave me one book, J. Johnston, second edition, 1963 published. He said, read this book thoroughly and then come to me, I'll teach you the non-parametric techniques. I went through the book. I faced so many problems. But finally, when I read the whole book, I came to know automatically all the techniques of non-parametric tests. And I told him, sir, now I'm okay with it. He said, I mean, theory is very important. Although in these 2 days, I'll focus more on practice because I belong to second school of thought. That when you buy a car, you focus on learning how to drive rather than you focus on learning on the technical part, where is the engine, how it works. That's a different story. That is also required. So during practice, then I learned to add on things. As in the meantime, in the morning, I was sitting with 2 young colleagues in the academician of this place, and we were discussing. And I said, nothing is right or wrong in this month. I think we were talking to you. So I mix the theories, practice with theory. So during the practice, I will tell you some theories also. And see, since all are academician, so it will be two-way communication. To ask, don't hesitate. I always learned by asking silly questions, very basic questions. In MBA program, I joined in year 2002 as a research associate. My professor, Professor B.S. Sahai, then he later on invited me as faculty also. I joined as guest faculty, but not full-time faculty. With different reasons, that's a different story. So I used to ask him, he said, okay, do review 10 research papers daily. And one research paper is of 40 to 50 pages. I said, not possible. He said, everything is possible. At least try. Please try and do ask where is the problem. So, whatever we will be practicing, we will not practice superficial things. And for this, we seek pardon from your dean and HOD sir, and principal ma'ams are also sitting here. That please don't judge us. If somebody asks silly questions, no question is silly questions. We do say, but we don't practice this. But I practice this. So yesterday when I got a call from Professor Yadav, where is man? Did you learn? Okay. So I said how to install it. It clicked in my mind that many of you are not able to install SPSS. Nothing wrong in it. I am still in the age of 49 not able to know how to run a washing machine. My kids are able to do it. If you are not knowing how to install SPSS, nothing wrong in it. So everybody starts somewhere. And let's start from here. I have all the PPTs, I have word file also of all the instructions that I will be discussing. Even whatever I have discussed is also written as text in word file. And I hand over everything to you and not keep anything with me. And you can ask software, original software also, I can give you that also to you. But not online because I have pirated version and cracked key also. So I can give it. Nowadays in this world, everything is available. We are in NCR in Nehru Place, every software comes of 20 rupees. If anybody visited Nehru Place. So in India, everything is available. The only required thing is we should start practicing. And you may believe or may not believe this. I got a very good network of doctors, engineers. When I was with UBS Punjab University, very near adjacent to that was PGI Chandigarh, like AIMS there in Delhi. It is called mini AIMS of Chandigarh. And their doctors used to say, "Ki sir, ek test laga do, T test laga do, to chi-square test laga do." These are very minor things for us, and we used to do this. So, through research, we learn many things, and I got help from SPSS in having very good network of diverse field of people. So, with this background, and my introduction was such nicely given. And sir was asking about my photo. This is 10-year back photo. So I liked it, and that's why I share it, keep on sharing this. Previous to this one, I had one photo which I used for 15 years. And from last 10 years, I am using this photo. So don't get misled with this photo. So yes, what I was trying to tell you is that I'll be using less PPT and will be practicing more on software. Because you all know, you all are teachers, you know very well. Teaching from PPT is easy, but less learning for the participants. So let's start, I believe. So we'll start with your doubts or questions, and then we'll statement. We'll be having classes here only. So we'll be having sessions here only. So I hope you people are having machines for computers.
Yes.
So all got installed SPSS or some are facing problem.
Actually, online participants are also having the issue of downloading experience.
Yes, we'll
They
start
are
with that.
asking for explanation of how to download.
We'll start with that. It's hardly 5 minutes or to get installed. It will run straightway start from there. So I don't know how to start introducing SPSS with PPT. I'll start SPSS with SPSS. only. That's perfect. It's not here. It is not. So we have this cycle. This one. So let's start with how to download. Nowadays it is easy to get things done through Google Baba. So write on Google, download SPSS. details here and sign it up. Then it will ask you to verify your email. You will get an OTP on email. You will get an OTP on email to verify it and verify that OTP. Then you will get a link of appropriate SPSS that can be suitable for your machine. It will read automatically and it will give you the link. Then you need to download that. That's it. Please let's do this exercise. It's hardly 2 minutes if net is working. Because if you are not doing it and you get SPSS from some other side, it will not validate the key for trial version, which is for 1 month, and it will not work on your machine. This is the problem. So please download SPSS. Latest version is SPSS 29. It will download automatically. You fill the detail, verify the email ID. This email ID is already existing with them because I use their SPSS. So let me add some other email ID to complete the detail. This email is also associated with that. Because last 21 years, 22 years, I am doing business with them. So my whole email IDs are with me. Anyone facing problem, unmute and ask. We are free to discuss. And those sitting here, if having any problem, they can call me also at their place. They can fix the problem there only. But I have perfect, sir. You got some link? You got some link? Log in again and you will find the link and you will download it. Yes, sir. IBM website. The ID is mentioned here. IBM.com account/reg/US.in. You log in there. You might have got your email ID as ID, and you must have created some password. Use that password, and once you log in, you will get 2 options: either to take trial version or to buy it. So we will go with trial version, which is for 1 month, and it will give us complete SPSS on the trial version. Once you go for trial version, it will give you a link appropriate for your machine to be downloaded. Maybe 32-bit, 64-bit, relevant to Windows also, relevant to MacBook also, different. So for all different machines, it have different links. I shared last time all the possible links, but this time it will give you the suitable link only. Verify email, you need to give some other email ID and it will send OTP on that email ID. But it do not use your data. IBM believes in full privacy, so don't worry that it will use your email or the mobile number. And those who are able to download, they can open SPSS.
Sir, we are download for Windows 64-bit and download for MacBooks.
Your is MacBook or other than MacBook computer? Windows 64 bit. Windows 60. Yes, sir. Perfect. Okay. So download another one using other email ID. We Indians know how to solve the problems. Or you can change the date of your machine so that trial version date meets the required, it will work again. Don't worry, slow start will be a good start, but everybody should have the software so that we practice on it. So you installed previously last year, no? So you can install you can rerun it again. Install, download the other one, the latest version, and install it as a trial version. In 12 months, it gives only one chance. Use other email ID and it will give you another chance. If you install trial version in last 12 months, then you change the email ID and register yourself again. I did the same 2 days back.
File is around 891 MB, na?
Sorry?
File is around 891 MB.
Yes. File is 800 or 900 MB. Yes, ma'am.
Your connection is not private. Ma'am, advance में
Does not matter, ma'am. Advance में जाओ, download.
एडवांस करके बैक सेव का ऑप्शन होगा फिर क्लिक करेंगे डाउनलोड जी मैम.
So one participant is asking, like, she is having SPSS trial 20 version. Is that
Perfect, perfect. Any SPSS more than 11 version is good enough for us. More than 11. Any SPSS 11 onwards is okay for us, not an issue. But I request everybody download it and install it. If you are not able to do it, it is simply like this. If you are not having car, we cannot start driving car. We need car. We need machine to practice that machine.
बैक टू स्टेट वाला ऑप्शन होगा.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. You are reading chat and then let me know if there is some query. Archana Pal, ma'am, any SPSS version 11 onwards is okay for us. In second workshop, next workshop will be using advanced softwares, advanced techniques of SPSS. Maybe simulation, maybe machine learning, then we need latest. I have trial version and internet too. It is not getting started. It's about 2 GB, not 2 GB, sir. It's 800 to 900 MB.
हो रहा है.
Please download from the genuine source of IBM.
जी मैम स्टार्ट.
Somebody saying 2 GB. Maybe that participant is downloading from other unreliable source. Please download from IBM website. Then you will not face more problem, much more. Actually, we have a habit. When we search something on Google, we click on the first website.
एडवांस में जाना था, एडवांस में.
And normally, first few websites are commercial, or maybe paid websites. So please download from IBM website only. When any HC file is downloaded, you run that file. move ahead, and in the last it will ask you to register. It will register through a code sent on your email, and it will be registered. It is as simple. A code will be sent. A code will be sent on your email for trial version. Those who have old trial versions which are expired, they can use another email ID, register again, and download the latest trial version. I repeat, any SPSS 11 onwards is okay. Anil Patel ji, you have 27, that is perfect. Yes, SPSS statistics, not Python. We need to download SPSS statistics. It will download the latest version automatically, and it will install.
.exe file हमको ऊपर register करना पड़ेगा. .exe का register करेंगे तो trial version
ये वाला चीज ये वाला करवा दो ना, ये वाला लेट चल रहा है, ये वाला IPM डॉट को फाइल इसको दे दो, वो है ना बहुत तेज रहा है, पहले से कर रहे थे ना तो ये होता है तेज
हो जाएगा.
I hope those joined online are also able to download. License agreement.
ओके कर
दीजिए सर सब कुछ.
नेक्स्ट
सॉफ्टवेयर को हम सबको इंस्टॉल करने आते हैं. नेक्स्ट ओके.
एक्सेप्ट करो. नेक्स्ट हो गया. हो गया.
नाम तो दो.
It's hardly 5-10 minutes to download it. Install the exe file.
हाँ जी.
Some machines which are older than 5 years may take some more time, but do take your time and install it. Video is written in very big text. Just want to ask. Yes, self-nomination form is the same, which is mentioned here on the screen. You fill this form, register yourself. This is the self-nomination form. Fill this form, add your details, name, email ID, mobile number. Yes, and it will register you.
Yes, करके
Next time, if you tell me 1 month advance, that I'll ask SPSS person, IBM people, to send you individual CDs. But they also send trial version CD only. So they sell it very costly.
Yes. Next. Yes. Next.
हो रहा है सर.
Download.
हाँ वो हो जाएगा.
Anyone facing special problem? Time taking, obviously. First time everything is time taking. Yes. Anyone successful too in downloading? No one. Actually, everybody is downloading 1 GB, so maybe it is taking time.
980, 970 MB होता है, टोटल 1 GB।
ठीक है तो दिया
आपको रजिस्टर
ये थोड़ी आईबीएम से करना डाउनलोड किया आईबीएम थोड़ी है मैम थोड़ा पैसा हो गया हाफ हो गया 9 से टाइम ले रहा है
Nowadays, internet on mobile is also free. Use your hotspot and download it for 1 GB. Or you have saved your 2 GB data for your social media only.
थोड़ा टाइम ले लिए सभी लोग एक साथ एक ही वाईफाई
The file is same. If it is 64-bit, somebody go download it. We can share the file to others also. Through pen drive, we can share with others. Sir, file is same. Licensing is done through.
मेरे साथ तो नहीं चलता है आईबीएम और अपन तो पेंड्राइव नहीं चलता रेमो नहीं ले रहा अभी तो फाइल बढ़ गया और हम एयरपोर्ट के लेके वो एक्सपायर करने का लैपटॉप का मैक आईडी कभी तो 30 डेज की एक्सपायरी है ट्रांसफरेबल नहीं अगर आप आईबीएम से करोगे नहीं बस हो गया नेक्स्ट बस इंस्टॉल है नेक्स्ट इंस्टॉल होने के बाद हो जाएगा नहीं इसके बाद इसमें रजिस्टर कर ऑनलाइन देख लेना ऑनलाइन कर रहा हो रहा आगे यदि इनका आगे सेटअप चलाओ
Repeat the process. We'll download from IBM website by registering ourselves, which is called nominate yourself.
एक बार फिर ऑनलाइन
I think file is downloading for most of us.
even they are installing also.
So few who are quicker in getting support.
आज आपको
कॉफी पिलाओगे तब चलेगा या IBM में से चलेगा ये इतने चक्कर काट रहे हैं बेचारे ऐसे बिना कॉफी के थोड़ी चलेगा
कॉफी कंप्लीट होकर नेक्स्ट
ये सब था तो ये
नहीं करेगा नहीं हो गया अच्छा ये क्या है ठीक है यही नजर ये सर रजिस्ट्री सारा कितने लाइसेंस
I hope someone is able to install it.
आप इसमें ना लॉगिन करना तो हमें
ऐसे करेंगे ना
अभी तो स्टार्टिंग में ये तो रहेगा अभी ये देखिए आपके डेस्कटॉप पे एक सिग्मा करके साइन आ जाए
So I think
desktop or when you install it is like this
IBM like this. IBM
two
SPSS
color icon two color icon like
something like this. So we got one person to install. Your email ID.
अगर किसी ने पेन ड्राइव है तो पेन ड्राइव से शेयर कर सकते हैं डाउनलोड
ई शेयर कर सकती है वो आप शेयर कर सकते हो लेकिन ये ध्यान रखो कि 64 बिट है तो 64 बिट ही शेयर अगर किसी की मशीन अगर 32 बिट है या मैकबुक है तो फिर वो अलग डाउनलोड होगा
फाइल को एक बार से ज्यादा इंस्टॉल ना करें वरना वो ओवरराइट करेगा एक ही बार में आएगा ये हो गया चलो ये बन गया ये आपने ले लिया
Sorry, ask for trial version. There are two options. Ask for trial version. It is for 1 month and having all complete software. Having complete software.
कोड तो सर आप बताओ
सर ईमेल पे आएगा कोड रजिस्टर करो आपकी ईमेल पे कोड जाएगा ईमेल से कोड रीड कर दो कुछ नंबर है ज्यादा नंबर नहीं है स्पैम मेल चेक कर लो अगर ईमेल पे नहीं आया नहीं अभी नहीं आएगा
सर वन नोटपैड फाइल इज ओपन इज दिस इंपॉर्टेंट
नोट रिक्वायर्ड exe file is downloaded you need to install from the exe file in the last it will ask to register either paid or trial version we need to install as trial version then it will send key on your email you check the email you will find some numerical key add that key finished and then it will automatically close and then the icon on your desktop like this some sigma type of blue colored icon
वहाँ तक हो गया है
हाँ,
इसके बाद इसे ओपन करें स्टार्ट हो जाएगा है ना ओपन नहीं हो रहा तो इंस्टॉल नहीं हुआ ठीक से
ओपन नहीं होगा
ओपन ही नहीं हो रहा मैं भी देख लूं मेरा ओपन हो रहा है ये डबल क्लिक इट
price is not valid.
and you might have asked for paid version we go rerun the exe key it will rectify the error there were two options paid or trial version you need to click on trial version and then it will ask you the key which is there on your email ID for registration, and it will open like this. Yes, sir. Internet is prior requires access to the internet.
इसमें एक चीज और ध्यान रखिए, कंप्यूटर के बैक में जावा लैंग्वेज
Yes sir, Java lang का इशू बता रहा
जावा लैंग्वेज है
नहीं
जावा नहीं है
Java language किसको आ रहा है वही रह रहा
इनको से डाउनलोड कर लो
है
जावा स्क्रिप्टिंग
गूगल से डाउनलोड कर लो Java
जावा लैंग्वेज जावा क्यों के इसका जो बैकएंड सपोर्टिंग है ना जावा जावा लैंग्वेज डाउनलोड स्क्रिप्टिंग में जाएगा क्योंकि मॉडल लैपटॉप में ऑलरेडी आता है, जिन लोगों के में नहीं होगा विंडोज 10 को मांगे जावा नहीं तो आ रहा है ना, तो बंद करना से क्लिक करिए सिग्मा वाले
This is asking
वो वही कारण है सर, वो जावा प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसी है ना आपका नेट पकड़ रहा होगा,
वो कह रहे हैं कि नेट एक्सेस
हाँ वो नेट तभी एक्सेस करेगा क्योंकि आपके में कोई शायद भी कोई प्रॉब्लम है, जावा वाला है नहीं,
मेरे ख्याल से Java होगा इसमें
जावा लैंग का जो फाइल है
Java lang
LANG हाँ वही लैंग्वेज जावा प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसी है नहीं हो सकता उसका नहीं उसका करेगा हाँ डाउनलोड ये डाउनलोड फॉर विंडोज अच्छा मैक ओएस किसी ने नहीं यूज कर दिया हाँ यस
इसमें देखिए सर Java lang में मेरे भी क्या डाला इंडेक्सिंग है आईडी
हम देखो मेरे पास
सर Java lang
लेकिन जावा लैंग्वेज है
इंस्टॉल करके डाउनलोड के लिए इंस्टॉल कर दिया सर, उसके बाद भी अभी भी नहीं करता
ये जो ट्रायल वर्जन है ना उनमें आजकल कुछ फीचर्स डाल दिए हैं कंपनीज ने, ये सब चीजें वो एक्चुअली पूरा आपका लैपटॉप को साथ लेके चलते हैं ताकि आपकी पूरी रजिस्ट्री उनके पास
पहले क्या करते थे डेट बैक करके चलाते रहते थे।
एक्चुअली दे वांट कि आपकी पूरी रजिस्ट्री जो जो जहाँ जहाँ यूज कर रहे हैं वो साथ में रहे,
ये देखिएगा मेरा भी कहाँ से इंस्टॉल हो रहा है।
हाँ वही कारण है आपके पास वैसे ही अभी किया आपने इंस्टॉल
अभी तो ये नहीं चल रहा है।
हाँ
मेरे घर तो चल रहा है ठीक से।
हाँ हाँ
लॉगिन आइए भाई
हाँ करो लोग मैं देख लेता हूँ किसी का हो जाता है।
फिर से ट्राई करता हूँ सर।
नहीं वो फिर से तो खैर ट्राई करनी होगी
मेरा ही होगा सबसे पहले
इसी के गूगल क्रोम में ना प्राइवेट सिलेक्शन दिखा रहा था वो फायरफॉक्स से ट्राई कर हाँ
लाइसेंस वेरिफिकेशन फील्ड आ रहा है
अब वो वही रीजन है ना, ये देखो ना ये आ गया documentation.com, इसको फिर से करो डाउनलोड, पूरी तरह से नहीं हुआ तो डाउनलोड पूरी तरह से नहीं हुआ हाँ आपका हो रहा है जावा का सपोर्ट
सर ये वाला करना है।
तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूँ ना आपका कनेक्शन प्राइवेट नॉट प्राइवेट दिखा रहा है ना आप देखो फायर का ऑप्शन ये ठीक है आईडी काम करता है
आप कहाँ गए
थोड़ा टाइम उसी के लॉगिन जैसे पहले के आपको आईडी पासवर्ड मिला है ना आईडी
वो डालकर सब
कोई चार्ज हो गया होगा, कोई तो हो गया होगा।
हाँ डाउनलोड नेट में मुझसे करो फायरफॉक्स
मुझे जरा कहाँ जाऊँ, ये होने लगे तो कहाँ जाऊँ।
ये वही फीचर्स था सॉल्यूशन है सॉल्यूशन नहीं चलेगा मतलब नॉर्मल सा कब वही करना इनके भी वही आ गया सबके क्या है यहाँ तक सब लोग लॉन्च करो हाँ
के बारे में
ना
ये लॉन्ग कोड नोट कर लो, लॉन्ग कोड
नहीं ये तो परचेज के लिए था सर काम तो रहे हाँ हुआ फिर वही मैसेज आ रहा
नहीं अब दूसरा
you have already have internet access
फायर वाला को नाउ
from your computer firewall हाँ ये हो सकता है वाईफाई से कर रहे हैं ना ये आपके भी तो लैन केबल कनेक्ट हुआ ना सर आप लैन के वाईफाई से करते हैं मुझे तो वही लग रहा है अभी एक केस तो लग रहा है सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर डायरेक्ट लैंग्वेज केबल से कर दो
यहाँ पे हम उसका गाइडेंस क्या है, जरा पहले एक फोटो आपको टैगिंग में कितने हैं सर आपको
प्रॉपर्ली डाउनलोड
तो वापस आप
नहीं फाइल सही करो ना फाइल तो आ गई ना लॉन्च लाइन ये
एक मिनट कल हो जाता है।
एक का होना चाहिए यार देख मैं रुकता हूँ
आईपीएल का नाम है हमारा
डाउनलोड हो गया रन नहीं कर रहा रन नहीं कर रहा डाउनलोड
रन नहीं कर रहा डाउनलोड कर
वही है
SPSS client error.
टाइप कर नहीं आ रहा वो उसके ये आ रहा है और वही आ रहा है जिसमें नहीं उठा रहा है ये मैं ज्यादा
ये निकाल दूंगा आधे घंटे पहले लगा था लेकिन जब कोई को हो रहा होता है ना तो ऐसे काम करना पड़ेगा ठीक है ना हो गया अरे चार्ज हो जाएगा
एक वीडियो और देखिए
एक बार इससे करके देखते हैं इसको नेट पे सिमुलेशन मॉडल ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन डायरेक्ट आप ऑनलाइन लॉग इन करिए और ऑनलाइन खोल लेता है डायरेक्ट हम एक्सेल शीट खोल लेते हैं
डाउनलोड बोल रहा है एरर आ गया था दिखा रहे लेकिन रन नहीं हो रहा सर किसी का रन नहीं हो रहा
रन टाइम है जावा रन टाइम है रन टाइम तुम तो डाउनलोडेड है सबके लिए डाउनलोड
वो आगे आएगा नहीं तो आ गया अब जाएंगे तो बना हुआ है वहाँ पे अभी आपको पता नहीं है
ये इशू आ रहा है ऐसे
वही आ रहा है ना वो एक्चुअली रन टाइम जावा का एनवायरनमेंट
ये रखना
इस समय तो सबका ठीक हो जा रहा है जावा का रन टाइम एनवायरनमेंट चलाने के लिए देख रहे हैं
अगर आप सबका ही नहीं चलेगा तो सोफे में प्रैक्टिस कैसे? मैं तो एक मशीन मंगवा दी है वो उस पे बेस्ट पे से चलाना। यहाँ तो कुछ इंटरनेट इशू भी लगा है कि मेरे वाले में तो ठीक चल रहा है।
इसका चार पास एक बार और देख लेता हूँ पास की नेट से डायरेक्ट
हाँ बिल्कुल है दूसरी कंपनी ब्रेक तो लॉस करेंगे
सिस्टम को ये वाले और इस वाले में जावा सपोर्ट जावा सपोर्ट का रन टाइम एरर सभी के उनका है उसके बाद हाँ वो नहीं आएगा इसी को लगा दो डायरेक्ट, सीधे सीधे वो प्रैक्टिकल को सब स्टार्ट कर मॉडल है। हाँ थ्योरेटिकली वो स्टार्ट कर। नहीं वो जाएगा
मतलब क्या है
बस डायरेक्ट इसको सर आप स्टार्ट हाँ उनके बाद
आपने ज्वाइन कर दिया
लेकिन इसके बाद
Now we are resuming with our session first.
So welcome back after the refreshment. Let's start our session. So we'll be discussing starting with the software SPSS, and parallel will run research methodology theory also. So we'll be going this way. We'll start with SPSS introduction, then reading SPSS files, various types of files available, then how to enter data, defining data, in which we will discussing various type of scales like nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio scales, and how to add those variables on different scales, how we ask our software to read our data on this particular scale. And then one big issue that we face, that we researcher face as a challenge is missing value. Many respondents do not respond. Many respondents do not respond rightly, and many questions are not for everyone. So these are three reasons because of which some missing values are there. So we will learn how to handle missing values also. Then chart creation. Next we will after entering the data, we'll go ahead with the summary creation, summary statistics, then cross tabulation. This is a non-parametric test. The first non-parametric test that will start with chi-square test, that is cross tabulation. And summary statistics, we will go for central tendency, mean, median, mode, then standard deviation, variance, Kurtz skewness, range, minima, maxima. So all these basic summary statistics, these are really useful to tell us about our data before we move ahead further analysis. So we'll go with those. Then in cross tabulation, we'll move step by step, starting with simple cross tabulation to hypothesis testing also. Then chart creation, we'll be creating charts, maybe pie charts, maybe bar charts, or maybe dot charts. And then how to take your output sheet to our relevant files, maybe in Word, maybe in Excel, maybe on our PowerPoint. And then using results in various other applications, modifying data values, exploratory data analysis, and then onwards we'll start with various data analysis. Two issues practically that we face in our research methodology while using software. One is data entry. Believe it, if data is entered rightly, your 90% problem is solved. If data is entered rightly, you can, if you have entered the data, you can approach any statistician. Running any technique is hardly 5 minutes old. But most of the researchers approach us before entering the data. Even last week, I found one research scholar about to submit thesis. Said, sir, look at my data. In SPSS, that data was not entered rightly. For example, if we say gender, so we say male, female, transgender, and we code it 1, 2, 3. This 1, 2, 3 coding is on which scale? Now your variable is gender, and values in that variable is 1, 2, 3. This is on which scale? So sometime when we see that it is numerical data, we call it scalar, which is actually not. So we'll be discussing that entering data do not mean that entering anything, because software will read whatever instruction we will give it to you, the software. So we need to carefully give the instruction to the software, and if you enter the data rightly, our problem is sorted out. So we'll be discussing that. Once we came to know that there are missing values, most of the time we researchers, we experts tell that there are coding missing values. But how to handle those missing values? Should we remove those? Every respondent or most of the respondent, they miss one or two questions. If we remove those respondents, then the whole data is ruined. So rather than deleting those missing values, we should know how to replace missing values. So we'll be discussing that practical part also. And once we came to know that our data is entered rightly, and still there are some problems with the data. What are the possible problems with our data? That is again a challenge. These are the possible problems with the data. In my last 23 years, I did not come across any other problem than mentioned here. These are all possible problems. Either our data is not normally distributed. First, reliability issue, then validity issue. These are the possible problems. So our first step will be to identify the problem. What problem we are facing? When we approach the doctor try to diagnose the problem. And then we'll try to cure that problem. So our issue will be the same as a researcher, as a doctor. We'll try to find out that if data has any type of problem. So we'll identify any of these problems. If there is any of these problems, then we will try to solve that problem. So next step will be learning first identify the problem, then how to resolve that problem. If data has that problem. So that we will be learning. Once our problems are resolved, we have collected the data, we have entered the data in software rightly, we have identified the problem, and fortunately we are able to sort out all the problems. Then our job is to run the tests, the suitable tests, hypothesis testing in all our research. Actually, what is research? This question comes here. Research is when we try to find out solution to a problem. If there is a problem, only then research starts. Then we collect data on that problem. We identify the variable. And then we identify the right technique or right statistical technique to solve that problem. So if we run on census on population, we need not to run these hypothesis tests because you have the whole universe data. If I want to know, there are around 40 people sitting here. If I want to know what exactly anyone is facing problem. So if I ask directly to you all 40, I have all responses. Then I need not to hypothesize anything. I can really ask what is the problem and we can sort out the problem. Hypothesis testing is required when we work on sample, not on universe. I have seen many people, they say that, sir, we have collected the data for all respondents. Then do run some hypothesis testing. Now hypothesis is not required. If you know the exact problem, hypothesis means assumption. Then why you required assumption? Like I assume. And see, assumption can vary anything or anywhere. You have a census of 100 people and you collect data for 99. There is a possibility 100% will respond differently. Likewise, Indian Railways, you will always have different experience. Maybe you are traveling from last 30 years, but your next experience will be different. Of ticket booking, of boarding train, having experience on train, Indian Railway. That's why diversity in India is a great. So hypothesis testing. Then again in hypothesis testing, what technique we are going to use? So we'll be discussing, as was told in the very first session, enabling session. We'll be discussing basically hypothesis testing. Then again in this very basic technique based on mean is t-test. Then one sample, two sample, and multiple sample t-test, which is called ANOVA, multiple sample t-test. Then correlation, regression, and factor analysis. And non-parametric tests parallel to this. Likewise, one sample t-test is parametric test, and non-parametric test parallel to that. We'll be discussing along with there, then and there only. If we are using correlation, If we are using scalar data, then correlation is Pearson correlation is parametric test. And if we are using ordinal data, then Spearman rank test can be used. So that is non-parametric test. So parametric test parallel we will be running non-parametric test. And in software it is very easy. In running software it is very easy. So before we move ahead, let's any query or any question that you want to ask. And feel free, it's a workshop. We all are in learning phase. I have not forgotten 20 years back when I was on other side of the table. And there were so many questions and queries. I learned technique, but how to run that technique on my data is the problem. So any participant joining online or offline can share their data, can share their research question, and we can develop or design question and how to handle that in our software. And I think WhatsApp group has also been formed. So you can share your data and ask how which test will be required, how to run the test, and we'll be doing here practically. Although I'll be using multiple data set. Today I'll be sharing various data set with you so that we get exposure of variety while running this software. So any doubt or any questions, please? Or should we start? So our next step is to give exposure of the software. It looks like this. So I hope somebody will be taking care of a chat box so that if any query or question comes. So this is the software, SPSS software. So if I introduce this software, this was recently or maybe 7-8 years back acquired by IBM. That is none of our business. We need a software and trial version works well. Sufficient for us. And previously they used to give 15 days trial version. Now they give 30 days. And it gives us a target line to complete our research work within those 30 days. Although there are various cracks versions are also available in the market. And being advantageous that you are in NCR and you can visit Nehru Place and get any software, rather than this only software. This can do everything what is there in Excel with some specified commands which are mentioned here only. So SPSS is the only software which have two windows to interface, to interact with. If you look downside in left side, downmost in left side, there are two interface. One is data view and other one is variable view. And this makes the software special. How it makes special? In Excel, whatever we enter, if I say dogs and then I mention, it do not read dog. It simply reads something is written and some data is entered. Whereas SPSS asks you the format of your data and then will process the data accordingly. And it helps us to keep the originality of the data and characteristics of the data, and analysis accordingly will help us to get the right results. So data view is the view where we enter the data. And variable view, it gives us the facility to command the software about the format of our data. So data view is also totally empty and variable view is also totally empty. It's very easy to handle and operate. So we create the variable in variable view. So we start with the first one. We give the name of the variable. And normally the first name that we give is serial number. Maybe serial number of the respondent. Maybe serial number of the variable. So generally we give serial number. So I say SN stands for serial number. Find it. Before entering the data, we create the variable by going in variable view. So the first step is when we open the software, we create the variable in variable view. This is our first one. So when we create the variable in the variable view, there are various columns where we need to mention. And the first one is serial name. We need to give a suitable name. Like a child is born, a name is given. So here also name is given. It do not accept space. So if I say S space N, it will create problem. So it is better you use serial number in sequence. Then this variable is automatically created once you place N. But we need to fix it. What are various types of variable possible? It can be numerical, it can accept comma, it can accept dot, scientific notations, date, currency, it can be dollar, it can be rupee, it can be any other currency. String, if you use alphabets, then it is string. And distinctive number, if you use integer and n. So we'll start with the numeric values. So you can define here what type of value you want. So we start with numerical value. I'll suggest in your research always use numerical value. Even if you have data on qualitative characteristics, convert them by coding them in numerical values. Numerical values helps in further analysis and keeping stock of your data. So we say numerical value and we press OK. Then width does not matter how much width you have, but normally it gives 8 characters, that is okay. Decimal. In serial number, we don't really need decimals. So we say, okay, no decimal required. It is like 1.00 for 2 decimal. After decimal, how much digit we want. So in serial number, we don't really need decimals. So I place 0. Then label. Label is defining your variable. Likewise, here I'll say serial number. When you get output, SN will not be there. Name will not be there. This label will be there. So add the right label, whatever you want in your output sheet. Write the right label here only. And initially we remember everything. Once we go ahead with our research, we forget the names also. But actually was this variable. So do mention your variable's name specifically, clearly here, and which is called label. Initial name was coding only. Then values. Values are required to code something. Here we don't need coding. So initially we stop here only. Values I'll explain in second variable while creating second variable. Missing value, initially this will take it to the third variable. So we will learn step by step. So first we will create very simple variable, that is serial number. Alignment. Alignment, I prefer center alignment for numerical data because in table there should be center alignment. Measure, since it is serial number, it should be a nominal. We studied 4 scales in our research methodology. The first scale was nominal scale, which was meant for coding only. Or if you want, I can write also these things. So first one is nominal scale. These are there on PPT also. I think everybody are familiar with the scales. Nominal scales means coding only. Coding can be in alphanumerical, in alphabet, or in numerical mode also. But the coding is coding. Like class serial number. I believe our names are also coding. Parents gave name. They don't really mean that you will become that. So like Ram. So they don't want to become Ram and leave your wife. Or leave your parents also. So codes, names are also codes. Like our bank account number, like our PAN number, like our Aadhaar number, like car's registration number, vehicle's registration number. These are only codes. So here we write nominal. And you can see, if you are able to identify on screen, there are symbols attached to the measure. So nominal, there are 3 circles. Then ordinal, there are bar diagram. And on scale, there is a scale. So this variable will say nominal. So we actually define the variable to a great extent that this is only coding. Computer need not to do any measure on it. And when you use any other measure, which is not meant for nominal, it will stop you and or warn you at least that don't use this technique because this is not meant for nominals. That's why measure is used. So now we created a variable and it is there on database. SN is created. And if I enter the data, so I enter data for 10 observations or 10 response. So one is up to 110. It is centrally aligned because I mentioned there central line. It is not having decimal because I mentioned there no decimal. If I go to variable view and I say decimal, yes, required. Now it will say 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Because I mentioned here in variable view one digit after decimal. If I say 2 digit after decimal, here it will mention 1.00. So I prefer here not to give decimal because it is serial number mentioned in this. I hope first variable is okay with everyone in knowing how to create this variable. Then second variable, let's say gender. And numerical, yes, I want to give numerical value. Or if you want to give M for male, F for female, and T for transgender, you can go for string rather than numerical. It is a string option, and then you can code in alphabets also. But as I suggested, that we should code in numerical preferably. So I'm preferring numerical. Decimal here also not required. And name, gender of the respondent. Mind it, we are able to see gender G is capital, respondent R is capital, because I want to see this content in the output sheet. Otherwise, what actually happens, we give any name here, label here, and later we keep on editing on every table. If you correctly place it here, it will be there on every table, output sheet. So you need not to make manual correction there. So put a right label here only. Values. Yes, values are required. This is very important step. This is second step. First hurdle we close creating variable. Second hurdle is now we are learning how to code our response. Like somebody is told that their gender is male, somebody says female. So I'm coding here. So I give one value to male and write add. So it will code male as 1. I'll give 2 value to female and write add. Now, if you write 2, it will read as female. And if I give 3 value for transgender, it will say add. This is clear. You may be willing to ask that if somebody do not respond, should we add 4 for no response? No. No response is missing value. We will handle it somewhere else. I hope this is okay. So initially I used to say 0 for female and 1 for male. And one of the workshop, my workshop in which I was saying this was attended by my wife also. And she objected how you can code female as 0. So then I corrected myself. 1 for male and 2 for female. And she attended another workshop. She said, you are putting men as rank number 1 and female as rank number 2. And then I stopped allowing her to attend my workshops. With this lightened moment, I want to share with you that this is only coding. It is on nominal scale. These numbers do not have any value. These numbers do not have any inherent value. 1 or 2, you cannot read 1 or 2. These are only numbers. So with this joke, I believe that we will remember every time that these are codes only. We cannot say 1 is better than 2 or 2 is better than 1. Because the whole world is fighting on this issue. Who is better? So we are not in that discussion. So when we coded everything, we'll say okay. I hope this is okay with everyone. Any participant, online or offline, want to ask anything, please write here, because in label, coding is done like this only. Likewise, we'll take another variable on Likert scale. This is strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree or strongly disagree. That is a different story. We will take it at stage 4. We'll take it simple to one step, entering data, simple most. Second step, discussing labels, how to code, and values, how to code. And we'll say okay. If we say okay here, this coding software has understood. Missing value, we will take just hold on. Missing value we will take on next step, and we will code it at center, and we'll go to data view, and in Zender I'm writing 1 2 2 2 1 1. It is one left 3. Sorry, let's not write 2 2 2. So for all 10 respondents, we added the coding. And if we want to see what coding we gave, there is one value label button. If you press this, it will read out for us that we entered gender for this. And if we press it again, it will again give us coding. This means our software understood everything the way we want to convey to it. Yes, sir, please. Your friend.
I think assistant, I'm not able to follow what you are saying. Downloaded the software, but I'm not able to log in.
You are not able to run it.
Yes.
Software is not open yet in yours.
Yes.
Not an issue, sir. Initially, we are. You can see there only because there is some issue on.
But I have
Opening
opened
it.
it already. Already is there, but I'm not able to log in. So if there is anybody,
Everyone it's not working.
I think that problem will be handled in lunch break. When you offer lunch to all the participants, they collectively will solve your problem. That's a joke only. This problem will be handled by technical team in lunch break. This was told to me.
So one more query.
So second variable is created Z. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Ms. Sandhya is asking about column again. Please tell about columns again.
Column means I believe she's asking about second variable how we created.
No, sir, column in which you have mentioned page.
Yes.
Column, sir. After Ms.
Column, okay. Column I have not yet touched. This column, this topic I have not yet touched. I'll explain one by one everything. If I explain everything in one go, maybe it's confusing. In my experience, it is definitely confusing. So initially, I started with serial number, which was easy to handle. Now second gender, which was coded rightly, and now third variable we create maybe age, and we say age of the respondent. So here we write age of the respondent. Right, this name we give age of the respondent. Decimal actually we don't need it. And here I want to discuss with you. As a researcher, you should collect data. You should try to collect data on higher scale, if it is possible. Like age. There are two possibilities. You give categories of age up to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 50, 50 onwards, or any category that you want. So there are two issues which we can discuss here. One issue is how to create categories. This I will take a little later. And second issue is we should collect data on which scale. I would strongly suggest collect data on higher scale wherever possible. Likewise, in case of age, collect data actual age. So here in response, we should say age of the respondent in years. It can be in months also. It can be in days also. If you are doing research on children, it can be in days also. If you are doing research on ants or insects, it can be on hours also. Age in hours. So different researcher can have, but unit should be defined here only. Unit should be defined properly. It is hours, it is seconds, it is months, it is years. I hope this is okay. Why I am saying collect data on higher scale? If you have collected actual age of the respondent, and I face this problem. I faced this problem as a researcher also. Later on, you need data, okay, you want categories. From higher scale, we can always bring on lower scale. We can create categories. This we will learn how to create another variable from the existing variable. But we cannot create actual age from the categories. If you placed me from the age 30 to 50 range, can you tell me the actual age of the respondent? Actual age cannot be done. But if you know the actual age, you can place that person in category. That is easy. So always prefer to collect data on higher scale. If you have actual age, initially you find that the category up to 20 years is okay. But nowadays, teenage also started earning. If you are doing research on some earning issues, maybe on investment earnings or maybe consumption habits. So maybe after 1 year you realize no, 1 to 20 is not okay, 1 to 14 is okay, 14 to 20 is okay. So you cannot recreate categories from categories. If you have actual age, you can recreate, you can create a number of categories. So prefer to take actual age. And this time I'm taking actual age. Now values, if you're taking actual age, no coding is required. It is as simple. Oh, we forgot to tell the scale, measure of the gender also. So what will be the measure of gender? Nominal. Male, female, trans, nominal. Here I'll stop in between. In some research, and the hypothesis is that likewise in case of nursing, in case of teaching, school teaching especially, in case of daycare business, female are better than male. And in many businesses. And in this way, you can also realize the power of my wife. That I'm even in her absence, I'm praising female. So in many researches, you may realize that it is not nominal, it is ordinal. So the measure you will tell based on your research, not randomly that somebody told you gender is always on nominal. No, that is not possible. Gender may be on ordinal if you believe that your research actually requires. But here I am taking it nominal. So values in case of our age, values are not required because we are taking actual age. Missing value, yes, this time we are taking missing value. This time we will be handling missing value. Because many people do not tell their age. They prefer not to say or not to tell. So there may be missing value. As a researcher, I burnt my fingers by initially knowing, okay, tell whatever you want to do. And later on I added missing value. And then I found there are more missing values than the actual data. Likewise, in the class, if we are little relaxed, lenient in our class, then there are less students in the class and more students outside the class. So we need to be strict. So my observation, my opinion, my input, my suggestion will be, if you are collecting data and you are not getting response, use your judgment and do enter the data. Likewise, I'm asking, you prefer say not to say your age. So I use my judgment and add your age right now, rather than taking it as a missing value later. Because taking it missing value later on will create a problem in itself. But still, if there is missing value, what should we do? Missing value can be there for 3 reasons. One reason is that question is not applicable on the respondent. And so respondent left it blank. And not only for primary data, for secondary data source also this happens. I am collecting data of annual reports available freely on the websites. This is mandatory for listed companies and not mandatory for unlisted companies. And if you are collecting data of 100 companies, out of which 20 are unlisted, so it is not, obviously it is not available on public domain. So I can't say no, not applicable on them. So very first reason is that this question is not applicable on somebody. So respondent has not responded. So this is one reason. Second reason is respondent could not understand the question. You asked in income. So economics person takes income annually. If somebody is from economics background, they will understand that incomes are taken annually. Somebody from commerce background or non-economics background, they takes income monthly in India. If somebody is from Europe, they takes income weekly because their income is generated weekly, or somewhere income is generated fortnightly. And if laborer is considered, they take income daily because they are daily wager. So many times our question is not clear. You ask income, and you do not tell them income annual or monthly or whatever it is. So then I entered 10,000. So what is 10,000 is monthly or annual? So second reason is either responded wrongly or could not understand that question. This is the first reason is not applicable. Second reason is responded wrongly. You ask me my gender, I say female. And you just as a researcher that nay, female galti se likha. And there are jokes. Now we ask gender. Previously there were different names and then there are jokes in the market. There is one movie, Malamal Weekly, in which Praise Raval, I believe, collects data and he reads that are you married? Yes. So, are you married? No. How many kids you have? So then he gets that. Then the second time he asks, have you any kids? Yes, 2 kids. Are you married? So then again he gets. And then this movie I was watching with my wife. I said that it is an issue not of laughing, but it is an issue of research. And then she stopped watching movie with me. There are one is not applicable. Second is could not understand the question, and third is left vacant knowingly. Do not respond. I don't want to respond because we don't pay them. In generally developing countries, we researchers don't pay the respondent, so they don't fill the questionnaire very sincerely. So I found 3 reasons. There can be more than 3 reasons. You can find a 4th reason also. So if there is missing value, so we can say, I said these are 3 possible reasons. Do add such number which is odd to the possible response. If I am feeling age, then age will be up to 100 maximum. So I write 997. First is 998 and 999. These 3 coding is done for missing value. If I write 999, then I will treat it is not actual age, it is missing value. And if you have more than 3 reasons, then you can code here also. There can be a number of possible reasons you can write. And if there is no missing value, you can code here. But since we are coding 3 possible reasons, so I said missing value this. And I press OK. I hope coding missing value you got. 3 possible missing value possibilities and how to code them. Okay. So I hope everybody is okay and I press the button OK. Since I coded missing value, now I need to value here. And I must mention 997 is for not applicable. And 998 wrong response. And 999 is no response. These 3 coding. If you have more than 3 options, then you can code here accordingly. and then I press OK. If you find okay, NA do not look nice, you select it or you remove it, and then you place another number 997, and I say not applicable, and you add it. It will be added. Fine. I hope this is okay with everyone, and then I press OK. So this time we learned how to add missing values. Why I said this? Let's learn this also. If we have defined missing value that not applicable, later on you will not replace. Your research will compel you, don't give missing values, replace those missing values. But you will not replace non-applicable missing value. If the response is not applicable for him, then you will not replace. You will replace only 999 or 9988. That's why we code differently, so that we replace only those missing values which are actually suitable for us. I hope this is also okay. Any query or any response, please. So this time we learned how to code missing value, and we learned what are the possible missing values. So I hope we are moving step by step. Okay. And we learned how to this is central alignment. This column is for width, for string data. We are not using string data, so you need not to use it here.
So one query is there. Show missing value in data sheet. Please show missing value in data sheet.
Data, yes. So as we are saying, so we are adding you, people says maybe 25, maybe 28, maybe 24, and then 999. This is missing value. If you code this, it will say no response. It will say no response. If you leave it blank, leaving blank can also be treated as missing value. But that there is always a fear why he left blank. Was this question not applicable to you? Did he respond wrongly? Or there was no response? So if you define clearly there, then and there, then it is easy to handle missing value. Otherwise, there will be mess up. I hope this is okay. Then 32, then 35, then 56, then 51, then 28. So there is a variety in this points. I hope this is okay.
So one more query is also there. This Sunday is asking, what about writing 0? Is that correct?
Writing 0. Yes, 0 can be given as a code for missing value. There is no problem because it is coding only. As we discussed in case of gender, code can be anything. You can write missing value, but you have to give value as a string, because there we defined it is a numerical. That's why we are not writing alphabet. You can give alphabet also, because codes can be alphabet or it can be alphanumerical, it can be numerical. Since we defined it numerical, that's why we are not giving code numerical alphabets. But I request to Miss Sandhya and other participants also, always code missing value as very odd number. If I give missing value as 76, and later on I realize 76 can be actual age also. So if missing value should be very odd number, which should be easily identified that this is not actual response, this is something which I coded. I hope this is okay. And let's talk about its scale. Please tell me its scale. Let's start practicing also. Age, actual age of the respondent in years is taken. On which scale it will be? It will be on scalar, because actual age can be added, can be multiplied, can be done everything on it. It is on scalar. If we categorize the age 0 to 15, and mind it, when we categorize the age, the category should not be in multiple response. Like a 0 to 15, 15 to 25. No. 0 to below 15, 15 to below 25. So respondents should be allowed to respond only one in one category. Otherwise, he'll mix everywhere and they'll be messy. So it is a scalar and we know it's scalar. So I hope three variables are created. Any problem to anyone, please. So we created three variables. Fourth variable, we will create income. Obviously, income of respondent. What should I write here? Income in INR, annual income per annum. Income in INR per annum of the respondent. So I write like this. It can be in dollars, it can be in euros, it can be monthly, it can be daily, but you should define it. Currency should be defined and duration should be defined. And again, I am taking actual income because I can create categories from actual income, but cannot create actual income from the categories. This is the reason. So I am taking actual income in INR per annum. Decimals not required because it is per annum. Values not required. I can use the same values for missing value. 999,997. So what I can simply do is I can control C, copy, and I can paste it here, and it will get. You need not to type it again and again, and you can copy paste the format. Control C, or you can right click, copy, and whatever the way you know, you can do it very easily here. Then alignment again, center alignment we prefer. And if income is, yes, see, unknowingly one new variable is created. It is very easy. You can edit it here also. You can edit it here also. Motivation. Or you can say no, it is unknowingly created. So right click and you can clear this and it will be normal. So we can delete whatever we want to delete. It is simply computer format. You can select it if you want to delete the whole row, and it can be done easily. So income is on which scale? Obviously it is scalar. Yes. In 4 type of scales: nominal, ordinal, interval and ratio. Interval and ratio scale is considered as scale here. They are merged because they are parametric formatting. Nominal and ordinal are separate. Interval and ratio scales, which are we studied in our research methodology, in our statistics, they are merged here as scalar or counted as scale or counted as parametric format. So we call it scalar. We call it scale. And income variable is also created, and you can add income. See, here it is also possible. I said income in INR. It can be income in lakhs. Or if you take international standard, it can be thousands or millions, because lakhs, crores are used in India only, not in developed country. If you send this paper to European journal, they will reject it, saying what is lakhs. So it is always good that you, like RS we use for rupees. You use RS for rupees, but if you use RS for rupees and you send the paper to some sage publication, they will not understand what is RS. INR is the standard terminology for our rupees. So in the same way, rather than using lakhs, I can say thousands, income in thousands. And if you want to say lakhs, it can be 100,000s. And then millions, then billions, and then trillions. These are the standard terminologies it can be used. So I say in thousands, 1000 INR. Then I can write here, it can be 5,000, 750,000, 6,700, And 8700 is fine. So we have entered the data for all the 10 schools. So we created one variable, another variable like this. Any query or any doubts? So we
Can
created,
we put these data from extension?
yes, we'll move to the next step. So we learned how to create variables. One more variable that is very frequently used by researcher is to use interval scale. So let's add one variable for that also. And that way we will move ahead by taking data from Excel or whatever that you want. So let's say motivation. Motivation, we created one variable. We don't need decimals here. We say motivation level of the respondent. Values here required. If it is 5-point scale, and mind it, it is very interesting to discuss here these things. And I open Word. Yes, a new file is open. And let me make it large size so that it is visible. Fine. So we were talking about interval scale. In interval scale, if we are taking like strongly agree, SA, strongly agree. If we are taking 5, one is strongly agree, second is agree, third is neutral. Fourth is disagree, and fifth is strongly disagree. Normally we use 5-point scale. Generally we use 5-point scale. So that's why I have taken example of 5-point scale. It can be 7-point scale, 3-point scale, 9-point scale, 11-point scale. For this interval scale, few things I want to discuss with you. One is why we take odd scales. Why not 2-point scale, 4-point scale? To make a balance, we take odd scales. 2 against, we can see 2 are against and 2 are in favor and 1 is neutral. So it is always good to take balanced scale. And this is balanced. If I say rather than neutral, if I say not applicable, no response, or I say no response, then the coding will be different. This is what I want to do. See, we are here to learn a comprehensive, complete knowledge. Suppose you are saying you are coding strongly agree 5, agree 4, neutral can be 3, because neutral is better than disagree. Yeah, dissatisfied. But no response is not better than dissatisfied. So whatever you are coding, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it should be logical. If you are not taking it logical and you are saying you always take 5-point scale and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 always, and not applicable is taken as 3, this is not right. So our whole research will be ruined. Almost daily I get several calls from my friends, from my colleagues, from my researchers, research scholars, and many times from seniors also. That my paper was sent to some international journal and after 6 months they rejected it. And from last 2-3 years, it is happening. Now get it published in some paid journal. In some Scopus paid journal, then SCI paid journal, and this happens. This happens. But why it get rejected? The reasons are because we are not following international standards. Like you give values in lakhs, one thing. This at this place you give wrong coding. Wrong coding is very big issue, very big reason that why papers get rejected. Coding is very important. Logical coding. Next thing is which you study. You read if you are using scale, use Likert scales, Likert's original paper. He explained very rightly 2-3 things, which I will explain here. And please do remember. One thing is, it is a interval scale is summated scale. Is summated scale. If for one variable you are using 6 statements, don't take average. Add those 6 statements, which is quite logical because, like I said, it is summated scale, not average scale. If you want to know about motivation and you ask several statements about motivation, and you take average, your data is highly reduced in its strength. So it is summated scale. Another thing, if you ask reverse statement, one statement about motivation is motivation on working at this place. And why to say this place? Because there may be some may not be fair opinion. Motivation level at workplace. You say you are directly asking this question, it will defeat the purpose. Then you say that salary may not be issued at my present position, and you are strongly agreeing. This means you are motivated. Then next statement you say that if I are given opportunity at the same salary package, I can leave the job if a bigger company is giving me opportunity, and you say strongly agree. These two statements are reverse code. First statement was positive statement. This statement is negative statement. If you code both the statement in the same way, this will create a trouble. If you say salary is not a big issue, and you I am responding, why to say you? I am responding strongly agree. This means I am motivated. Then second statement is, if given a chance in a bigger organization on the same salary package, I prefer to leave job, change job, and I say strongly agree. And if both strongly agree are given 5 code as a code, don't you think the whole purpose is defeated? That is also 5, this is also 5. So what I am saying is, there should be reverse coding for negative statements. So one thing is, it is a summated scale, and there should be a reverse coding for negative statement. I hope you will agree to this. So these were the few things that I wanted to discuss with you about this. Any questions regarding, because many people while collecting data they use interval scale. Many people, almost everybody use interval scale, and they use 5-point scale. These 3 things need to be taken care of very well. Any questions from anyone? And then we will code here motivation. I say 5 for strongly agree, 4 for agree, 3 for neutral.
So many times we write can't say on one of these here. So
Yes, and then you code that accordingly. Rather than neutral, you can say can't say. You can say can't say. I'm saying neutral, and we are here. Then 4 are so 2 is coding as disagree. or dissatisfied, and one is coded as highly dissatisfied, strongly dissatisfied. So this way I code it. And it depends upon your research methods. So coding, my objective is to tell you two things: how to handle or how to do things on software. And second thing is giving theoretical backup also of the subject. Because theoretical backup, typically discussing theory, there is one topic, sampling. So I don't want to discuss sampling, then there is random sampling, that all of you know. I want to discuss actual problem that researcher face, sample size, how to take samples. Everybody take convenient sampling, but research methodology say only random sampling is or probability sampling is required. How to handle those problems? So I will take actual problems that researcher face rather than theoretical topics, random probability and non-probability sampling, then n methods of convenient sampling, snowball sampling. I don't think that is required to be discussed because we are not 12th class students or we are not UGPG students. We are actual researchers. So we should not, at least I should not waste your time. So I hope this is coding is okay. And I hope everybody got the point related to scaling and coding related to scaling. One more thing I want to add. One more thing I recall that I want to add is about scaling. There should be at least 4 statements if you are creating one variable. At least 4. Prefer 5. There should be 4 statements. Prefer 5. At least. If you are creating variable. What I am trying to say here is, you want to study motivation, you want to study leadership, you want to study any variable through primary data collection, and that variable or for that variable at least ask 5 questions. If you are asking directly, are you motivated? And somebody say yes, I will not. Does not make any sense. Then we are not research. Because researcher is actually, I believe, very interesting thing. And you keep on adding theory along with this practical. Researcher actually means not using the formula and solving. It is not as research. For example, let's take one example. For example, it took me from to go one place to B place, A place to B place. And I went with the speed of 15 km/h. And I returned from that same place to the other place, covering the same distance with a speed of 10 km/h. What will be my average speed? A to B 15 km/h, B to A 10 km/h. What will be my average speed? 12.5. Obviously, average we all know. And there are 2 numbers, add those, divide by 2, divide by n as possible number. But do you think, should I ask you such simple question? You must be thinking. If it would have been, answer would have been 12.5, should I ask you this question? No, because we all are. Simple average is taught to us, I think in 5th or 6th class. So, if we answer a problem, if we solve a problem with our existing knowledge with us, then that is not research. If it comes in our mind, okay, this is the problem. Problem is related to average. And how many methods are there in this world to calculate average? Then there is arithmetic mean, geometric mean, harmonic mean. and in mean itself, mean median mode. And in arithmetic mean itself, there is simple arithmetic mean, weighted arithmetic mean. And there must be many more which I do not know. I search from Google what are the various possible methods for calculating mean. And then checking the property of my data, that which method will be suitable to my data set. That is research. That is research. And this we in 2 days, today and tomorrow, will be trying to inculcate ourselves this orientation of our mind. We should try to do. I was working with, okay, before working, I am telling you one more story. I joined Ford School of Management in year 2007. It is very reputed institute in Delhi, if someone knows. In NCR, it was equal to, they are giving package of IMs equivalent salary package, very good salary package. In 2007, I joined Ford School of Management. And after a few days, the director called me and asked, how are you doing? Are you comfortable? And director, the other was Professor Seema Sanghi, who wrote a book with Lothans and Robbins on HR. She was the Indian author. I said, she's HR person, and asking me this question, that I'm okay. If I say okay, what will she think? And if I say not okay, what will she think? Being private institution, I must not say okay, because boss will not increase my salary. If I'm okay, then good, stay. And if I say not okay, because I joined only few days back, boss is definitely not going to say increase my salary in every day. Because at least 6 months or 1 year's time should be there to get increased salary. Then I said, trying to adjust, getting okay. So meanwhile, I try to add on these things. So as a researcher, when some question is asked, we need to develop a mindset of a researcher in these 2 days. Professionally. If somebody asks some question and there is a query, before answering, think twice. And even in general sense, it is said, then think twice before speaking. That is a research. So I have not forgotten my question, and I'm asking this, looking for this response from online participants also. What will be the average speed? So there are a number of means options available, and we can use some. And is there any possibility that data is also not sufficient? It's a scope also, not applicable always, although this do not happen. So when I was this year also in NTA for preparing UGC question paper, and I said not applicable. They said don't add this option. 2 options should not be added, all of the above or not applicable, because people go for those. Those who do not know answer, they either go for all of the above or not applicable. So don't add these options and add actual options. So is there any possibility that data is insufficient? In CAT exam, it comes insufficient data. Data is sufficient and answer is 12. And even if we do not know the method, we can assume the LCM of 10 and 15 comes 30. And we can assume the distance 30. And in one side, if the speed is 15, it takes 2 hours. And in the other side, the speed is 10, it takes 3 hours. So total time taken was 5 hours. And distance covered is 60. 60 divided by 5. Average speed is 12. Even if we do not remember the method of arithmetic mean, even if we do not know the exact distance covered, we can solve this question. With a research mindset. since I knew the answer, that's why it was easy for me. You can ask a different question and may also get stuck. So don't mind if you got stuck. This small, case that I discussed was to sensitize we all for research purpose. So with this small case of calculating average, very simple topic average. We talk about SAM, we talk about bibliometric analysis, we talk about econometrics. Whereas I believe the whole research methodology is based on central tendency, preferably mean, variance, the dispersion, and correlation. These three coefficients or techniques are actually based on all the research methodology techniques, which I believe. There can be fourth one, but that fourth one is derived from this. And even if you remember, correlation is also derived from mean and variance only. Nothing more than this. So for mean and variance, central tendency and variance dispersion are two base. If we study more and more, at the whole life we can keep on studying on mean and variance, and our life may be short, but we will not be able to understand everything. But here, what I try to convey that we need to list in 2-3 points through this question. So through this question, what I try to convey, please list down, maybe in chat box or maybe please list down the learnings from this small case. Maybe 1 or 2 points. That's it, not more than 2. Maybe 1 or 2. So what actually I try to convey, I want to know exactly that is conveyed or not. Any response?
So to see the problem from different perspectives, usually from research perspective.
Very. Exactly the same that you understood. Many are hesitating and many are not really willing to initiate. But actually, through this small case, I try to sensitize you that whenever there is a problem, don't look for a solution with our limited knowledge. The world is such big that our knowledge is always limited. The way we increase our knowledge, we'll realize that we are knowing less. On any topic you start learning, and the more you learn, you will realize that you know less. This is the hard fact. So whenever we face problem, let's not solve that problem with our available knowledge. Let's explore what are the possible solutions for it. And another important thing is, we should test the assumptions of the technique that we are using. We got affected by fever. Doctor said, okay, take this paracetamol and 1 antibiotic. We started taking. Antibiotic has side effect. Paracetamol also has side effect. So the same way, each technique has its limitation. Arithmetic mean has its own limitation. Geometric mean has its own limitation. Harmonic mean has its own limitation. Mean has its limitation. Median has its other limitation. So which will be suitable? This technique will be suitable. That we need to really keep in mind. And through this caselet, I try to convey that testing assumptions are very important. If somebody said, okay, simple regression, x on y, y on x. We learned in school time, x on y, y on x. It is very simple to calculate the value of x and y. If x on y, this simply means x is IDV and y is DV. X is affecting Y. Y is the output. It is dependent variable. DV stands for dependent variable. But if we do this with available data, then we are not researchers. To become researcher, we should test the assumption of regression. Are those assumptions met by the available data? Is the available data suitable for this regression? For OLS, ordinary least square method. If not, then GLM. If not, then SLS. 2 SLS, 3 SLS. If not that, then R-GARS models are there. T-GARS, G-GARS, H-GARS, and no techniques are available. My objective of discussing this topic is one more. Don't remember every technique. Even I don't remember. I don't remember. If you ask me where is regression SPSS, maybe exactly I do not know. I will search the software and then find out where is regression and then use it. I teach one subject every year at MBA Gurgaon as a guest faculty. And one subject I used to teach every year at IIM Amritsar also. But nowadays I reduce the frequency because this takes away my leisure time of weekend. That is a different story. But what I try to convey to you is there we don't teach students to learn formulas. So formulas there, they can search for Google. Even in their exam, they can keep their mobile phone with them and take the formula from there. Because learning formula is the days has gone from. All the formulas are there on Google. But knowing which formula is suitable for your current situation, using that analytical mind is more important. And developing that analytical mind is more important. All formulas are there on the Google. I gave you a situation, solve it. It is a simple. If you are able to solve it, you are a good researcher. I am a good researcher. Likewise, in the morning, before joining the session, I was discussing with two of my friends, academicians. That if you want to join, suppose you want to publish a paper in C. I started with C categories. There are ABDC lists. There is A star, A, B, and then C. I started with C category and now reached to B. And now my efforts are to reach to A categories. So what efforts are required? First, we write a paper first and then we see, I want this. Want say to kuch nahi hota na. What we deserve, we'll get. And many times we don't get what we deserve also. So we should fix the target first and then should put efforts accordingly. That is research. I hope you are getting it. And actual research is this. If your target, fix the target, develop the required capability, put the effort in the same direction. If you put the effort in other direction, which is not really suitable, then we are stuck somewhere. Fine. So coming to SPSS again, and we said values we have coded strongly agree, disagree, and said okay. And missing value presently we say no because we learned how to handle the missing value, how to code the missing value. And center alignment we did, and scale, it is scalar as we discussed. Interval and ratio scale data is always scale. And then in data view, a new variable is created, and this person said 4, then this is 5, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Normally people say 4 and 5, strongly agree or agree. So this way data is entered and we play this in the system. So more or less we have learned all the techniques, all the required techniques of entering the data. Any doubt, any question related to entering the data? This is variable view. Anything that you want to ask about entering the data. In SPSS 29 version, there is third mode. Display is there. Here there are two views: data view, variable view. In latest softwares, there is one more view, that is output view. And that analyze that gives you the basic summary sheets automatically. But it will give as we proceed with it. If we move to PPT, no questions. So data entry topic is covered or complete from my side. All the possible things we are doing. Copy paste we learned, delete we learned, add we learned. You can, it is easy. You want to copy this, Control C, paste here, Control V. It will add another value with the same format. Because on scale, interval scale, we have many statements. So only you have to change the name as well as label. That's it. And you will get the same format data and everything. And you want to delete, it is write this and clear it if it is free. You can delete anything.
So one query is there. So Ms. Sandhya is asking, it is silly, but please tell difference between nominal and ordinal.
Nominal and
Ordinal.
it is not silly, it is very wise question.
She has
But
multiplied.
yes, let me on scales actually there are 4 scales. We all remember their names. Nominal is only coding. Ordinal is actually ranking. Ranking or ordering, setting a order. If I say A is better than B, or females are better than males in doing one particular service, maybe nursing, maybe baby caring, maybe preparing food, maybe preparing delicious food. If we are saying females are better than male, or one category is better than other category, then we are ordering it. That one is better, other is not better. Ranks. Rank 1 student is better than rank 2 student. But how much is the difference between these two is not known. And will not be same between rank 2 and rank 3. So this is ordinal. Where order is defined, that this is better, this is inferior, this is superior. But how much superior, that is not standardized. If I say, how much you scored, I asked my daughter. He said, Papa, I scored 18. I said, poor score. You should improve. She said, out of 20. They said, okay. I said, okay means my teacher was saying very good. You are saying okay. One is for the same score, one person is saying very good, other person is saying okay, because this is subjective. In ordinal scale, interval, the distance is not defined or standardized. Not defined or not standardized. There are both possibilities. That's why it is ordinal. So we are only using ranks. Ordinal and nominal, both are considered as non-parametric data set. Both are considered as non-parametric data set. I'll give you one slide. There are slides, and I'll share. I have shared on this machine everything. Then relevant to research methodology. Every topic is covered. All PPTs are there in the folder. All PPTs, all topics. Descriptive, hypothesis, testing, correlation factor, everything. And if you open one slide, like one PPT is open, there are 110 slides. And if you open the other one, there will be 160 slides. So in all these 5, 6, the whole research methodology is covered. Everything is there on Google also nowadays. But the required thing is we need to learn and understand. Yes, ma'am.
So in case of nominal, all the data like name, email address, phone, does it come under nominal?
Yes. Yeah, nominal.
And when we scale something or when we grant something, that comes under ordinal.
That comes under. So in case of so nominal, there is one slide. I will come to that slide also. which will tell clearly that on which scale which techniques can be used. On nominal, we can count frequency. We can make bar diagrams. On ordinal, we can calculate rank correlation. Which technique can be used on which scale is also there, and there is everything is discussed, and then there is one slide which is sufficient to tell you which technique can be used on which scale. That is okay. Third one is interval. Interval and ratio are considered scalar parametric, but on interval scale, the distance and the values are defined by researcher. Likewise, I told that strongly agree is given 5. Agree is given 4. Neutral is given 3. Disagree is given 2. And strongly disagree is given 1. Then there can be another friend researcher who say no. Strongly disagree -2. Disagree -1. Neutral 0. Agree 1. Strongly agree 2. Then there can be one more scholar who say no, I do not agree to this. -3, -1, 0, 1 and 3. There can be another scholar who say no, I'll say 0, 1, 10, 0, 1, 7. No. To the last one scholar, I will not agree. Because there should be balanced scale and there should be logical coding. Don't give random numbers. But coding is given by scholar or researcher. That's why it is interval scale. The values are given by you. In ratio scale, 0 is defined. If I say 10 kilometer, it is 10 kilometer for every. And distance will remain same because kilometer is standardized and 10 is also standardized. One of our trainer, who was brigadier also, took us towards Nepal border area. And one Gorkha was assisting in being brigadier. And brigadier Sahab asked, Gorkha, yes sir, how far Kathmandu is? And Kathmandu was visible from that place. Says, oh Rata, can we go? Yes sir. Because subordinates are told in defense, always say yes. He said yes, and we started. It was 250 kilometers. I mean, for Pahadis, Uraha is equal to 100 kilometers. They don't mind. They don't mind. So, first time when we went to hill station, and we climbed the hill, maybe Simla, whatever you place you go, you start uneasiness and breathing problem is there. And we say how these hilly people are living here on these hills. I asked the same question. And then those people told that your lungs takes 1 or 2 days to get adjusted, acclimatized, and then you will also go comfortably trekking and everything. But we go for more economical people normally go for 1 or 2 days on hills for trekking. And the very first day we start trekking because we have our own budgets constraints. All these subjectivity is there on interval scale, but standardized, and no subjectivity on ratio scale. So ratio scale is perfect. An interval scale has some standardization, and that's why it is also considered scale. I hope I could answer your question online also. Any other question?
Yes, so she is asking, does that mean rating scale will be documented in SPSS as interval scale?
Yes, obviously. Rating is, if you are giving some standard values with equal distance, then it is intervals. If you are rating people as a, like we grade our student, grading or ranking, then it is ordinals. Likewise, I gave values here 5, 4, 3. The distance is equal in all these. So if you standardize the values and distance, then it is interval scale. If you have done it yourself, then it is interval. If this is done universally, then it is ratios. Like kilometer, meters are universal standards. Then it is like I remember that in ancient it was said that Bhagavan Vishnu covered the whole world, all three in their one step of leaves, the whole earth in one step, the whole universe in one step, the whole Patalok in one step. So that is a subjective state. So that is ordinal or normal, not interval. So in interval scale, the researchers standardize and keep the distance equal, then interval. So finally, ratio is standardized for everything. Like we used to have, like my father was telling my daughters that there used to be anna, that they were 16 annas in 1 rupee. Then one anna in currency, there used to be 4 paisa, I believe. Or something like this. So those were not universally standardized. And that's why those were changed. And now there is rupee, paisa, thousands, hundreds, this is standards. Fine. So this is all about entering data, and we discuss scales also. I think scale topic is covered here completely. Any doubt related to scale? And so we covered 3 things. One is entering data in SPSS. Second thing is scale topic, and third thing is basic introduction of research. These 3 things are covered till now. Now let's come to the how to open some existing file or some Excel file. It is very simple to open. So you go here and you can open any file. The file should be existing. So likewise, on desktop, I placed my folder in the name of Satish, and there is my EPM workshop, and there are a number of SPSS files are there. So I can open any .sav file. .sav means SPSS. There can be Excel file also. We can open that also. It is as simple. So let's start first opening SPSS. It has opened. So there are 2 variables. One is competence and the other is performance. And the first variable is serial number, which is not actually variable. Competence and performance. Competence will lead to performance, I believe. Both are metric variables. Values are given here. Yes, both are scalar. And see, by mistake, Sn is also given scalar, which is nominal. And competence and performance are scalar variable. And competence leads to performance. So performance is dependent variable, which is depending on competence. So these variables, SPSS files can be opened. Now let's open some Excel file also. Let us see if there is some Excel file here and we can open. Okay, there are some inbuilt sample files also. I hope you all are aware. Sample files, you go to C drive because the software is installed in C drive. And then you will find program files. In C drive, there are program files. And there will be IBM. IBM is not here. So we'll go to program again C, and then we go program files x86. Sometime software is installed here. And yes, there is IBM. So I repeat, when you go to C drive, because normally softwares are installed in C drive, there are 2 files, program files and program files 86. In some machines, softwares are by default installed in program files. But in this machine, software is installed in program file 86. If even I go to program files by mistake, we will not find software here, IBM. It is not there. So we have to again go back and check program files 86. These are the only 2 options. There is no third option. And yes, we find IBM there. If we double click it, we find inside IBM there is SPSS. If you install other IBM softwares like Amos, you will find another folder here in the name of Amos. If you install R, there will be another folder named R. If you install Python, there will be another folder named Python. So we have installed SPSS. SPSS is there. We double click it. If we double click it, there is folder in the name of statistics, because SPSS is statistics. So double click it. The version will be the another folder. This one is SPSS 20. So the version is 20. Those who install the new one, the version will be SPSS 29, 28, 18, 16, whatever it is. So this is 20. So we double click on 20. Then there are so many files. We need to go for sample files. In SPSS 20, we need to go for sample files. So okay, double click sample files. Then there are several languages. By default, this machine installed English language only. So there is one folder in the name of English language. Otherwise, there are several other languages options available if you install all languages. So we double click here, and there are n number of files. There are n number of examples. Throughout these 2 days, we will take examples from these files so that data is available with everyone. And practice. So I want to open Excel file actually, and see in type of file .sav is mentioned here. If we say .sav, only .sav file will be shown here in the window. So let's say Excel file. Okay, Excel file. Yes, Excel file is also there. XLS, XLSX, XLSM. This. I found one Excel file also inside it. That is for demo. And demo for the question that somebody asked, can we open Excel file? SPSS knew that this question will be asked, and they added one demo file for Excel. So any file, Excel file which is available on your machine can be opened in SPSS. And let's open this. Press open. It will ask. In Excel, you know, there are several sheets. How many sheets you want to copy? It is asking. I am saying sheet 1 only. Then it will ask you how many rows and columns you want to copy from that place. So I say okay by default. Maximum strength, whatever it is available, I'll put. It has only one sheet. There can be many more than sheets. And that you know, if you recall Excel, there is A, B, C, D, up to Z, then A, B, like this. So it has up to AB something, and 6401 are the observations. I press OK. If you seek less observations, you can cut short there also, and you can delete from here also. And this Excel file is open. In new softwares, in SPSS 25 onwards, it is asking you the name for each variable. It has opened by default from Excel. It has taken the first row is considered as name. So A is marital status. If you open that Excel file, marital status has a space, but SPSS do not prefer space in case of name. So it merged those marital status. These two words are merged. Like income category, there was space in Excel file, but you do not like, so it merged. And if you go to variable view, it has automatically created. But in Excel, we have no option of giving command on the scale that this variable is on which scale. So by randomly it is taking, or by default it is taking that these are the options. We need to correct these scales. In SPSS 25 onwards, while importing from Excel, it will ask you to code missing value also. In this one, it did not ask. But in SPSS 25 onwards, it will ask you to code missing value onwards, then and there and only. There and then only. But it has not yet asked, so we are not doing it. So while importing Excel files, we need to be careful on several things. One thing is scale. This variable is on which scale. Second thing is, then mentioning scale here also, handling missing value. Have you left that box blank in Excel? Or NA you have written, or some dot you have written, or 00 you have written, and then ask telling SPSS to read NA as missing value, do read 00 as missing value, do read blank as missing value. These things we need to tell SPSS. Otherwise, there will be problem in interpreting the data. I hope this is okay. Opening Excel file is very comfortable and very convenient.
Whereas it is showing yes, that was very, that is
It does not matter. In case of numerical data, it does not matter. In case of string data, then it count words. Then 11 words are possible here. And in case of column also, again it counts words. But in case of numerical, it has no impact on reading the data. So, what we covered in our PPT, we started with the introduction. We defined SPSS full form. I did not tell you knowingly. There is full form of SPSS, statistical package for social science. But after it was acquired by FDP, they had made this SPSS for science people also. But since SPSS was a big brand, so now they don't use this abbreviation. Now they use SPSS as a brand. Although it had full form then at that time, statistical package for social science. Now SPSS is competing with several mathematical softwares also, and they have added all machine learning and various simulation and various techniques in SPSS. That's why they don't want to be branded as social science. Then reading SPSS file and Excel file we have covered. Entering data we have covered. Entering numerical data we have covered. Entering string data we have not yet covered. Let's cover also because it is mentioned here. Let's cover also. This was our variable. So in variable we say what? Say listen. And we say it is a string type of data. String decimal will automatically go because string data cannot have decimal. Then in coding we can say code S as Hindu. M for Muslim. Like this. So now you can write H and M because these are alphabets and this is string type. And it will work in the same way as it was done for numerical. But the only constraint is, which I am telling you right now, the only constraint is we can create any numerical, we can convert any numerical data scale at any point of time. We are using some technique and it is scalar, whereas we needed that variable as nominal. So we can automatically on the spot convert that numerical data scale on the spot rather than as per the requirement. Whereas if you use string data, its scale cannot be changed because it will be by default string data scale will be nominal. It cannot be upgraded to interval or this is the only limitation with the string data. And another thing is for nominal scale, if you are taking numerical data, you can still use some techniques. But if you have put it as string, you cannot use any technique because this is coded only. No technique can be used. Only text analysis can be done, but that again, not for string analysis, that is for text analysis. And SPSS will not provide this facility. Fine. Any question regarding string data? So we are reaching again back to our PPT. So string entering string data is also easy. we only made two changes. One is formatting the data as string and other one is coding as alphabets. Then defining data, adding variable labels, label ऐड करना हमने सीख लिया है. फॉर्मेट करना, डेटा टाइप हमने सीख लिया है. हैंडलिंग मिसिंग वैल्यू हमने सीख लिया है. हाउ टू ऐड दिस. So this slide is covered completely on SPSS. लेवल ऑफ मेजरमेंट भी हम सीख गए काफी अच्छे. समरी मेजर, यस, ये अभी रहता है. समरी मेजर अभी समरी हमने शुरू नहीं किया. So we'll start with the summary a little later. Any doubt to anyone, please? I think it's time for a break. So before going to break, any question for to the online and offline participants? And even in break, if you think, then you can write in chat box, those who are online, and we'll answer. We'll start our next session after with your queries, and then we'll start the next one. Thank you very much. Let's start with this.
I request everyone sitting here to join us for lunch at the mess. And there will be a break of 20 to 30 minutes for the online participants. Thank you.
विक्रम सर
So very good afternoon to one and all. I hope the lunch break काफी लंबा हो गया. I hope you enjoyed this lunch break. Came to know that many of the participants are facing problem in running SPSS. So we found a solution that will be sharing a dump of SPSS old versions. We talked to SPSS company people also. So they are saying that Windows 7 or Windows 10, below Windows 10 as 64-bit, there are issues. So we'll be sharing old version of SPSS by evening. And then in the evening, we'll have an online session to install it so that tomorrow we'll have practice. So this way, all the participants online and offline will get problems sorted out positively by today evening. And today, this session will run little more theoretical than practical. And if you wish practical, then I can continue practical also. Because more theoretical oriented, so that okay, today we'll discuss few fine. I found a solution to this also. So today we'll be discussing more on theory part, and tomorrow we'll have more or 90% on practical part. So let us discuss your queries related to theories of research methodology, and of course I have prepared my session, and I will be discussing my topic. So 3 topics I will be discussing today. Now, one is sampling, some issues related to sampling. Other is hypothesis testing. And then correlation and regression, some issues related to correlation and regression. We'll start with your doubts and queries, and then we will be, actually I'll keep switching the, okay. So any queries till now in chat box or no? So let's continue our discussion. We started with the measurement scales. These 4 scales we discussed: nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. These techniques can be used. Like on nominal, we can count frequency. In SPSS, we will learn how to prepare frequency table. Proportion percentage can be calculated. Likewise, proportion percentage out of 100 respondent. If 60 responded yes, then 60%. So percent can be calculated for a frequency counting. 60% people counted yes or responded yes. Or 40% people responded no, like this. In case of ordinal scale, we can always calculate rank correlation. Median and quartile can be calculated. Interval scale, we can use all arithmetical methods except ratios. And on ratio scale, we can use all mathematical calculations or methods based on their assumptions, properties of the variable. And let's do some practical, since not on SPSS, but some applied part also. There are some questions in front of you, and let's identify tourists inbound and outbound. One of my friends as well as Ulrich has joined online, so I designed some tourism questions also for this. So that, and you please all those who have joined online can write in chat box your own research related queries, because you know theory we know, meaning we know, but when we apply this knowledge on our research problem, we face problem, and that we should sort out today at least. So we learned all the 4 scales, and there are some queries right now in front of you, and we need to tell on which scale it will be. So identify the type of scale: tourists, inbound and outbound tourists. If we collect the data of tourists, inbound means, for those who are not with the tourism background, inbound means foreign tourists coming to India. And outbound means Indian tourists going abroad. Foreign tourists coming to India from various countries. So if country wise I have the number, for example, from America, 20 lakh tourists came. And from Europe, collectively, from Europe, 35 lakh tourists came. So this data I am having. This data is on which scale? So please participate. This
Candidates are replying.
candidates are answering. Participants are replying. Yes. On which scale they are saying?
Nominal.
Nominal scale.
Nominal.
Nominal. So do I need to repeat? It's not obviously not on nominal scale. If I am saying that from one country, America, 20 lakh tourists came to India, and from Europe, 35 lakh tourists came to India, and variable is inbound tourists in India. 20 lakh, 35 lakh, then 40 lakh, 50 lakh, 10 lakh, 8 lakh. This is actually a scalar variable. Because it is not voting. Voting is for country, not about number of tourists. This is the actual number. Can I say if 20 lakh coming from America and 35 coming from Europe, can I say 50 lakh more tourists came from Europe? Yes or no? Yes. This means measurable. If I say 20 lakh, will it be same meaning for everyone? Or somebody say 20 lakh maybe something else, or 35 lakh maybe something else. It carries same meaning for everyone. It carries distances specified between 20 lakh and 35 lakh. This means it is on ratio scale. So dear participants, actually issue is of practical application. And more we practice, more we will get. I understand why you said nominal. You said nominal because I gave all examples of nominal previously. Coding 1, 2, 3. Gender also coded. Income also coded. So actually, this data is on ratio scale. And how we understand whatever data we are having, can we standardize it? Number of tourists is a standardized number. If I said 100, tourists came from Sri Lanka. So if I am sitting in Europe or I am sitting in Dubai, 100 tourists means 100 for everyone. This means standardized scale. This means ratio scale. It is not interval scale even. Interval scale is designed by researcher. I did not design 100 number. Lakhs is also not defined by me. I hope everybody got it. Okay, let's try another one. Another interesting thing. Cash expenditure on accommodation and sightseeing, souvenir and on recreational activities. Cash expenditure in rupees. This data can be on which scale? Obviously on ratio scale. Obviously on ratio scales. If I say rate the satisfaction level of the tourist, that is my created scale or somebody's created scale. That is interval scale. Okay. If I say for inbound tourists, means foreign tourists coming to India, and I code 20 countries. Sri Lanka 1, Nepal is not sorry. Sri Lanka 1, then Dubai 2, then Africa 3, something like this. So this 1, 2, 3 is on which scale? This is on nominal scale. One interesting story I remember. It's an online story only. I joined Vipassana course. I hope some of you have heard Vipassana. It's a minimum 11 days course. And actually it is a 45 days course. Now they reduced, compressed it to 11 days. And it is 15 hours a day course. Yes. In the morning they wake you up by 4 o'clock. And in the evening they release you by 10 PM. And in between they have some breaks only. Only one time meal is provided. and now you offer me 3-time meal, I'm feeling like luxury. Because they did not my habit to have 1-time meal only. And you showed me so many things to eat. So I thought of you people are lucky. Anyways, coming back to the point, and in those 11 days, or actually 45 days, your original course is of 45 days. And in India, they are running it compressed course for 11 days. They call it crash course for 11 days. What they teach? They teach 2 techniques. One technique is of 2 minutes, and second technique is of 3 minutes. Total 5-minute technique they teach. 2 minutes, one technique, second technique is of 3 minutes. And they make you practice for 11 days for 15 hours a day. And mind it, they want 11 absolute days. They call you one day before and they leave you next day before, after the program. They don't compromise even for a minute for their program. And when I went there and I thought of 5-minute technique, why I will learn in one day at max. And in 11 days, I could not learn that technique. So what I am discussing and what I am trying to explain, we came to learn theory, but when we apply that theory, we face problem. So application of knowledge is also a research topic. And now I am practicing the technique twice a day daily for 1 hour. And still I am not able to do that way. Only 2 minutes and 3 minutes, 2 techniques are there. But still I am not able to practice that way that they want. And then they say, that's why we run 45 days program. Because these 2 techniques cannot be learned in 11 days. So coming to the SPSS, this is the same thing about our research also. Research is never ending process. So third example is tourist income groups. Okay, this is interesting. On which scale this is? Tourist income groups. Sir. Sorry? Ratio. Ordinary. So preferably it will be, initially it will be nominal. Because groups are there, sir. Groups means categories. So I changed knowingly the word groups because I used category. Actually, it is nominal because if your literature says, I am using the term literature. Literature is best group. If your literature suggests that higher income group, people may spend more. This means there is some order. If there is order, then it is ordinal scale. And that's why ordinal scale may be okay. Okay. Tourists feedback on destination. Feedback is quantified on some scale. So this actually statement do not tell you that variable is on which scale. So this is ambiguous. This is none of the scale. If the feedback is subjective, you ask to write sentence, open-ended statements, then it is text analysis. Then it is text analysis. Number of industries involved in tourism sector. This is on which scale? Number of industries involved in tourism sector. This is ratio scale. Oh yeah. Congratulations and thank you. Congratulations for your skill and talent that I trusted. A team. Okay, what we were discussing? Number of industries in tourism sector, it is on ratio scale. If you quote the industries and compare those industries, then it is nominal scale. Otherwise, it is ratio scale. Number of industries. I say 20 industries. 20 means 20 for everyone. And 20 is always greater than 18. But row number 20 is not greater than row number 18. Because those are quotes only. Row numbers are quotes. This number is not quote. Fine. So I believe scales is okay for everyone. I believe scales is okay for everyone. And I told you that this is the slide which I was telling that this technique can be used. This is useful slide. Any question related to scale is welcome. Next is some terminology we will be using. Univariate analysis, when we use only one variable for analysis. What can be done of one variable? If you use only one variable, what can be done of one variable? And can we guess, can we imagine one variable? Let's take some examples of one variable. देखिए आप सब लोग लंच के बाद आए और मैं सोने नहीं दूंगा और मुझे लगता है हमें सोना भी नहीं चाहिए कहते हैं ना सक्सेसफुल होना है तो जागते रहिए yes one variable can have its own value for example age of the respondents is one variable age of the respondent in years is one variable and we used that variable while entering data in SPSS. What can we do on that variable? Univariate analysis. What type of analysis can be done? Uni means one. On one variable. We can calculate mean. Average तो निकाल ही सकते हैं ना उसकी. We can calculate median mode. We can calculate standard deviation. We can calculate minimum maximum. We can calculate variance. We can check whether the variable is normally distributed or not. So univariate analysis techniques, these are the names of the techniques which we can use on one variable. Okay. Can we calculate correlation also of one variable? For correlation, there should be two variables. Correlation. So there should be two variables. Somebody from computer department or maths background, again repeating the question. Let's not hint at each other because we all are in the same boat. And after lunch, I normally have some lightened moments more. Yes, we can calculate correlation of one variable also. That is called autocorrelation. That is called autocorrelation. But computer people, computer department people or maths department people will again say no. Because right answer is correlation need two variables. Autocorrelation also means correlation of one variable with lagged variable. Another variable we create ourselves with some lag, maybe lag 1, lag 2, lag 3. And then we calculate correlation of these two variables. So univariate analysis means when we use some technique on single variable. Central tendencies, dispersion are generally used on univariate analysis. Then bivariate analysis, those analysis which can be done on two variables named correlation. Correlation is for two variable only. And what are the other techniques used on? We can use simple regression, x on y, y on x. We can use two sample t-test. We have two variables comparing each other, two sample t-test. In two sample t-test, it can be response before and after some training or treatment, or it can be independent two sample t-test. So actually t-test is used to compare sample mean with some hypothesized mean or with some standard mean. Let's discuss this. So one thing that I told you quickly is t-test can be used to compare means. If you want to compare mean, only then use t-test. If you want to compare variance, don't use t-test. We have two samples. We have two classes. Average marks. If we take, suppose being teachers, let's take example of class. So we have two classes. I teach in two sections, A and B. Average marks of A section is 60%. Average marks of B section is 50%. I want to compare their learning. 50% is 60%. So it is two sample. T-test can be, I can use t-test. I can use t-test in that case. I want to compare boys learning with girls learning. Again, two sample, t-test. If I take one student of A section and one student of B section, and compare their marks. So can I generalize that? No. Once, if I take only one student, that may be weak, that may be very good, that may be my favorite, and there can be a number of problems in it. So we need to take groups. So in hypothesis testing, single observation, we cannot use hypothesis testing. This is our one learning. Single observation, no hypothesis testing. There should be groups, multiple observations. Then that issue is of small sample and large sample. In softwares, there is no small sample, large sample issue. In theory, we teach that any sample less than 30 small sample, use it. T-test, any sample greater than 30 is large sample, use Z-test. But no software is using Z-test. All software use T-test. Reason being, if you use small sample test on large sample, it will give the same result as small sample was giving. So all software have updated for T-test only. So one thing, if you want to compare means, so if we have scalar data set, ratio scale, interval scale, we can compare two variables. So that is bivariate analysis. So bivariate analysis, we can use correlation, we can use simple regression, we can use two sample T-test. And we can compare these groups by making graphs and charts and bar diagrams and etc. etc. Then multivariate analysis. More than two is multi. And we can do everything with it. Multiple regression we can use multiple correlation. And there are so many problems with it also, which we will discuss while we will be discussing assumptions. Like I explained that there are assumptions related to multicollinearity, heteroscedasticity. One problem that will trouble you and me as well will be problem of heteroscedasticity. We should be very careful when taking two samples or more than two samples. If taking one sample, there is no issue. One variable, no issue, because we are not comparing it with other. If we are taking two variables or two samples or more than two samples, then before running analysis, do compare their variance. And that is the issue of homogeneity and heterogeneity also. Let me simplify it. Let's not use these technical terms. If we are using two groups, taking two groups in our class. Likewise, in our Gautam University, we have two sections in MBA. And B section always perform better than A section. And IT is B section. IT is B section, and then I tell A section teacher, always I do this. That you are not teaching well, that's why your result is poor. And that A section teacher is my research scholar only, and they accept also, yes sir, I will know you are the best. Whereas I know that this is not the issue. Issue is B section, we take all engineers, and in A section we take other non-engineers. All non-engineers in A section, all engineers in B section. Then engineers will definitely do better than non-engineers in case of mathematics, in case of operations, or calculation-based subjects, in statistics, and that's why they are doing better. So what I am trying to tell you in this example is, you are comparing two groups. If they are not of equal length, they are not at equal pace, then they are not comparable. You know very well, they are not at same pace, and you are comparing, and then you are saying B is better. You knew B is better. Then why are you comparing it? This is manipulation. So when in multivariate analysis, in bivariate analysis, we should be very careful that the groups that we are taking, the variables we are taking, should be on the same place. Same place on, but in which sense? For example, I compare age with income. So generally we believe that as age increase, our experience increase, we get better opportunities, our income increase. Generally we believe this. income in thousands and lakhs, age in two digits. Don't you think the gravity of age variable is far less than the gravity of income variable? Gravity means age increase from 21 to 22, income increase from 5 lakh to 10 lakh. So that increase in 6 digits, and this increase only with one digit, one number. So the gravity change means they are not on the same platform. So what I am trying to explain, and this I will show you through SPSS also. If you are using bivariate or multivariate analysis, then show that all the variables are having same gravity. If not, then let's do that. And second thing, they should be with the same variance. They should be of the same variance level. If one is very much diverse and other one is not diverse that much, is not having that diversity, comparing them will definitely give poor results. And you cannot generalize those results. We cannot generalize those. So these are the two issues. Here variance should be comparable. If not, then wrong. Likewise, maths background people understand research methodology a little better because they are comfortable with techniques. They don't have number phobia. In comparison to arts people who coming from psychology, history, education background, they understand less. And then they have some issues and challenges related to number phobia also. So variance is again an issue. So one issue is, which I am telling you, is gravity. How to handle that issue? So there is one technique called standardize. If you people can note down, that is perfect. Gravity issue can be handled on the spot if you standardize the variables. How to standardize the variable? Use Z score of the variable. Z score we use as standard variable. So we give one command to SPSS. Calculate Z score for all my variables. Only metric variables. Metric means only scalar variables, not ordinal nominal, because ordinal nominal cannot be used for further analysis. So we give one command, use Z scores, calculate Z scores, and that is standardized. So the whole gravity is killed, and now all variable will come on the, even income will come on the same format, and age will also come on the same format, and everything will come on the same format. And this way you have handled one issue, that is different gravity of different variables. Like a distance is in kilometers, time is in hours. Standardize those variable, unit will not affect. Then second issue was variance. If variance of two variables or more than two variables is not same, if they are not homogeneous, first we will test the homogeneity. First we will test the variation, and then if we find that they are not of the same format, we will use non-parametric test. It is as simple. Mind it, very interesting fact I am sharing with you. I was doing research in 2008-2009 on stock market. And I told you at that time I was with Ford School. So on stock market I was doing research, and the data was of daily share price, and daily share price is very much fluctuating. In general, we understand this daily share price very much fluctuating for Sensex and Nifty. And then I was taking the share price of 20 world's stock market. New York Stock Exchange, that is in USA, was having in US dollar. London Stock Exchange was having in pound. Germany and Stock Exchange was having in Germany and France. Stock Exchange were having in Euro. Chinese Stock Exchange was having in different currencies. Indian Stock Exchange was having in INR. Standardize those values. I did not say that. I was not knowing at that time. I did all the analysis and run, and I got published my paper also. And mind it, I got published that paper in very good journal. It was European Journal of Emerald Group. And at that time, I was focusing on ABDC C category journal, which are Scopus and SCI by default. And I got it published, and I was on the sky. Yes, I got it. I appeared on that behalf. I appeared for an interview at IIM Kozhikode for faculty position. If you publish good papers, I don't want to comment being on this platform, but this opens doors for our career very well. A degree from good education institute and a research, if because we cannot do education every time. We have done whatever we have done. After PhD, nothing. Those who are before PhD, they can do good PhD from good institution. Then after PhD, you can do good research. ABDC list is like Srimad Bhagavad Gita for us, which will give, blessings to the academicians. So I went to IIM Kozhikode for interview, and the professors in IIM Kozhikode laughed at me and said, you compared non-comparable variables and you found the result. The outcome is that they are random. How you can compare non-comparable variables? Nobody told me. That if you are taking more than one variable, they should be comparable. Nobody told me this. I am telling you this side. And if you publish wrong thing, the whole life it will trouble you. It is like marrying a wrong person. Marrying में तो फिर भी divorce हो जाता है. Application withdraw करो, मानते नहीं जनरल वाले, नहीं करेंगे withdraw. सबको पता चल जाता है आप बेवकूफ हो. आज भी हम अगर किसी ने मेरा पेपर पढ़ा तो कहते हैं बड़े ज्ञान की बात बता रहा है, 2008 का पेपर दे. This was wrong. So comparable variables should be comparable on both the grounds, on gravity as well as on variance. That's why these are important things. Running in software is not that troubling. So next is okay, multivariate analysis, univariate, bivariate, multivariate is okay for everyone. Descriptive analysis and conclusive analysis. These are two analyses that I want to explain. Descriptive analysis when it describes something, it do not conclude. You are telling something about others, but you are not judging that person. That is descriptive analysis. Mean, standard deviation, variance. You are telling this is. You are not concluding you are good or bad. If you are concluding you are good or bad, then it is conclusive or causal analysis or inferential analysis. Then it is called. So one, I believe there are two types of analysis only: descriptive and other is inferential. First, to be descriptive, you make descriptive analysis by using summary tables, calculating mean, median, mode, variance, standard deviation, cuts, skewness. We describe the variable. If we find fit, then we infer from that variable. Can we infer from single variable? Can we make some inference from single variable? Like we took an example of age. Okay, let's take this variable, age of the participant of this workshop. Single variable, univariate analysis. This can be done. Can we make some inference out of it? Yes. We can infer that workshop participants are normally of this age. We can make this inference. Workshop participants are normally of 30 plus age. Workshop participants are normally of post-graduation and more. And they are more mature than the class students of MBA or undergraduates. Yes, one variable can also give some inference. But one variable give inference based on our past prejudice. If I say somebody good, आप लोग भी कहते हो ना अपनी क्लास में कि yes, you are good. So we have some past. We compare that variable with other variable and then say yeah, good. Automatically we don't say good. So technically, statistically, one variable cannot be inferred in isolation. It can only be descriptive. But when we compare with our past experience, I organized so many workshops, and they say this workshop participants are of lesser age in comparison to other workshop participants. This is inference, but comparing with some past data, which I may or I may not telling you in the present scenario. So what is conclusion? Can one variable be inferential variable? Or one variable can be descriptive analysis only? Only descriptive, inferential cannot be done. If we infer, then we are comparing backends with some other variable. Okay. There were some examples. Let's skip those examples,
So query is there.
please.
So she's asking if you want to identify correlation between two variables, then it will be descriptive too.
Correlation between two variables is descriptive or inferential. I think this is a research topic. When we calculate correlation, actually correlation and regression are always having fight. And there are some confusions, misconceptions. As a researcher, it is my opinion, correlation is a descriptive technique. And regression is inferential technique. Why I am saying this? Although different researchers have different opinion. I have studied more than 18 books on research methodology. Few books are using it as a descriptive correlation technique, and few are calling it inferential. But I have developed my own opinion. We call it descriptive analysis technique because correlation is telling you that the relation is this much, which is from -1 to +1. High correlation, low correlation. It is describing only. Inferential means when you are using this correlation and you are identifying this one is affecting this one. For example, as age increase, it's a very good question also. As age increase, income increase. Can I say age is a variable which affects income? There is a correlation between age and income, and we discussed as age increase, income also increase. High correlation, positive correlation. But can I say age is affecting income?
No.
No.
No, sir.
Technically, you also know no. Age is not the reason. Reason is your experience. Reason is your knowledge, which is increasing your income. Reason is the opportunity which is increasing your income. That's why I say correlation is descriptive and regression is inferential. You are describing there is correlation between age and income. You are not inferring it. You are describing it. And when you are asked to infer, I say no, age cannot be considered actually a variable which is affecting income. I hope I am clear. Again, but I disclaimer.
Kindly answer
my
the
experience,
second question.
which I am telling you. Many books have written that correlation is an inferential technique. Many books has written. Even Kothari has written, which normally people study. Yes. Any other question? Then
Differentiate between standardized mean and hypothesis mean.
yes. What's the name of the person?
Siddhika Jadhav.
Siddhika ji, if I pronounced your name rightly, you have asked very technical question. And I knowingly skipped this question topic. Coming back to the point, I was talking to you about mean comparison, and to compare mean, we can use t-test. I was telling this. And if it is a single variable or one sample, then we can use one sample t-test. But if you have one sample, with what you will compare? If you have two samples, you will compare one sample with other sample. If you have only one sample and you want to conclude, with what will you compare? Then there are two options. There is some standard value. I am feeling unhealthy. I think that I am having temperature. I use thermometer, measure the temperature, and will compare with what? We'll compare with standard value. Everybody know that there is some standard value of body temperature. That is standard value. Some standard norms are set for many problems. So we compare with standard variables. We use smartwatch. Smartwatch use that your blood pressure is this, your maybe stress level is this. It compare with standard value. Hypothesized value means my assumption. Then I compare. I deliver workshops, and I simply understand. My past experience is that people understand 60% on the same day, and it reduced to 40% on the next day, and after 1 month it reduced to 10%. The understanding. Now we are running this workshop also. After 2 days, I will compare these results with my past experience. That is my hypothesized value. Hypothesized value means my own presumption based value. And standard value means some standardized scientific reason of having standard value. But I will not, stop here. Now I will ask question and you tell me whether it is hypothesized value or standard value. And especially this question is for those that lady who asked this question. Fine. These brakes are made by automobile companies to use in their cars. And the appropriate disc brake size was 300 mm. In 8 factories, the automobile company is making those disc brakes. And it took sample from all the 8 factories. And we will use this example tomorrow also. It is there in SPSS. I gave this file and it is there. In 8 factories, it is manufacturing disc brakes. Sample was taken. 40 samples were taken from each factory. So 840 is a 320, I believe. So 320 observations were there from 8 factories. And their disc brake size was measured. So what was the expected size? 300 mm. So I hope and I believe each output will not be exactly 300. Some will be 299 point something, some will be 280, 98 point something, some will be 300 point something or 301 point something. Now the automobile company is worried since every output is not 300 exactly. What is the acceptance reason? So through scientific study, they thought that 99% level of acceptance is okay. Now they are comparing their output, actual disc brake size, with this value 300. This value 300 is what? Is standardized mean or hypothesized mean? This is standardized mean because scientifically they came to know 300 is the most appropriate size. I hope this is okay with everyone. Fine. So central tendency, I hope you are okay with mean, median, mode. One thing I want to share with you here is mean is appropriate in case of parametric tests. And in case of normal distribution, mean, median, mode should be almost equal. Mean, median, mode should be almost equal. If they are perfectly equal, that is, you found God somewhere, which normally do not happen. If mean, median, mode are not equal, this means there is problem with our data set. And if our data set is on secondary database, if primary database, then we can have other methods to correct it, fix the problem. I collected data from share bazaar, I collected data from company's performance, and now I find mean, median, mode are not equal. I can't change the data because this is published data. I can change primary data. I can't change secondary data set. Mean, median, mode are not equal, then we can either use it non-parametric data set. So in continuation to my IIM Kozhikode interview, they said the wrong footing variables are compared. I said, what to do? I asked them. They said, use non-parametric tests. Can you believe? Before that date, I used to consider non-parametric test as inferior than parametric test. Scalar to scalar hota. नॉमिनल ऑर्डिनल की क्या औकात स्केलर से कंपेयर करने की. I had that assumption. Non-parametric test working on parametric data set gives better result in comparison to parametric tests. I use non-parametric tests on stock market data, which is actually scalar on ratio scale. And the results were published in B category journal, which was far better than C category journal. So when we get some criticism, so I am Kozhikode, I learned something to get published some better results. And I came to know many more new things and better things. Okay, so arithmetic mean, geometric mean, harmonic mean, there are these three types of means, then range. So if mean and median are not equal, mean, median, mode are not equal, spacing, then use non-parametric test. This is one solution. But still you insist, nahin, my data set is scalar, I want to use parametric test. Then use standardized value. Take Z score. Take Z score, standardize it, and it will reduce the problem. It will reduce the problem. It will not kill the problem. Then third option is you need to compare how aggravated the problem is. If mean value is less than the standard deviation value, suppose mean of my sample size is 10, standard deviation is 15 or more than 10. Then problem is bigger. You have no option, either drop this variable or use non-parametric test. If standard deviation is more than mean value. If standard deviation is less than mean value, then how much less than? Then there is one more technique, and that technique is called check whether 95% of your data set comes in between plus minus 2 standard deviation range. If 95% of your data set lies in between plus minus 2 standard deviation, suppose mean is 20, standard deviation is 25. तो मैंने कहा ना standard deviation ज्यादा है तो भूल जाओ, नॉन पैरामीट्रिक ही लगेगा. If mean is 20, standard deviation is 10, तो हम क्या करेंगे? Sorry, mean is 30, standard deviation is 10, तो minus 20 कर देंगे, तो 10 आ गया. Lower range, plus minus 2 standard deviation कहा ना, और plus 2 standard deviation करेंगे तो 50 आ गया. If your 95% data set lies in between 10 and 50, then we can consider using parametric test. Otherwise, we have no option to consider it parametric test. If 95% data lies in between these, then there is one more technique called outlier. Outlier होता है बिल्कुल odd. जब नए स्टूडेंट आते हैं अपनी क्लास में तो एक आधा आउटलायर होता है ना, बिल्कुल अलग तरीके का. Odd one out. In our research, there is one thumb rule, that is standardized thumb rule for outlier. Any value, any observation away from plus minus 3 standard deviation of mean is outlier. And if you may not believe it, it is so miraculous. Our 98% problems are solved if you identify the outlier and kill it. Your data will become normal. Tomorrow we'll be discussing 10 cases at least. And by killing outlier or by removing outliers, you will find your data will become normal. It is as simple. Class में एक आध disturbing element होता है, उसको बाहर फेंक दो, सारी क्लास अपने आप ठीक हो जाएगी. Outliers को handle करना. बहुत सारे लोग आउटलायर की ओर देखते ही नहीं, कहते मेरा डेटा नॉर्मल नहीं है, मेरा डेटा नॉर्मल नहीं है. और बहुत सारे तो भले लोग हैं, नॉर्मेलिटी भी नहीं चेक करते, ऐसे ही टेक्निक लगा देते और रिजल्ट आते हैं, फिर कहते रिजल्ट अच्छे नहीं आए. व्हाट कैन बी डन? तो रिजल्ट अच्छे तभी आएंगे जब व्हेन वी टेस्ट द अजम्पशंस. सो मीन मीडियन मोड इज ओके. Then dispersion, I believe everybody knows dispersion is calculated through standard deviation or variance or coefficient of variance. These are the normal 2-3 things which we use for dispersion. Dispersions check the variety or variance. More the variance, more the disturbing element. More the variance, more the disturbing element. And if we control it to some extent, that is good. Cross tabulation we will do through chi-square test, non-parametric test we will be using. Then there should be one histogram, and all these bar diagrams and charts we will learn through SPSS only. I don't think isko theoretically discuss karne ki zarurat hai. I hope everybody is aware that we can create these for univariate also, for bivariate also, and for multiple variables also. मीन मीडियन मोड के फॉर्मूले हमें नहीं डिस्कस करने हैं. हाँ, मैं आप लोगों को वो नहीं बताया ना जो स्पीड वाला एक क्वेश्चन करवाया था. आप लोगों ने पूछा ही नहीं एक्चुअली मुझसे कि उसमें टेक्निक कौन सी लगी. सॉल्यूशन तो मैंने दे दिया 12 था, लेकिन टेक्निक कौन सी लगी उसमें. एक्चुअली उस पर हार्मोनिक मीन लगा था. व्हाई इट इज सो. स्पीड थी वो तो वेरिएबल था हमारा स्पीड, वो किलोमीटर पर आवर में था. किलोमीटर की यूनिट अलग है और आर की यूनिट अलग है. 1 किलोमीटर में 1000 मीटर होते हैं, आर में 3600 सेकंड होते हैं. अगर न्यूमिनेटर और डिनोमिनेटर, अगर आपका वेरिएबल रेशियो स्केल पे है और उसके न्यूमिनेटर और डिनोमिनेटर की यूनिट अलग अलग है, तो अर्थमेटिक मीन नहीं लगा सकते. We cannot use arithmetic mean because its numerator and denominator has different units. तो उस हार्मोनिक मीन लगता ही वहां है. हार्मोनिक मीन की प्रॉपर्टी है कि रेशियो स्केल पे अगर न्यूमिनेटर और डिनोमिनेटर अलग अलग यूनिट पे तो हार्मोनिक मीन लगे. तो निकाल सॉल्यूशन इसलिए निकाला. तो यूज हार्मोनिक मीन फार्मूला एंड यू विल गेट द रिजल्ट. आई गिव यू सम सिंपल फार्मूला की अज्यूम कर लो डिस्टेंस और सब. तो दूसरा ज्योमेट्रिक मीन कब लगता है. If you have percentage based data again on ratio scale, तो ज्योमेट्रिक मीन लगेगा, अर्थमेटिक मीन मत लगेगा. अगर आपका डेटा न्यूमिनेटर और डिनोमिनेटर में है और सेम यूनिट पे है, यूज ज्योमेट्रिक मीन. अगर डिफरेंट यूनिट पे, यूज हार्मोनिक मीन. और अगर आपका डेटा होल नंबर है या डेसिमल्स में है, सिर्फ न्यूमिनेटर में है, डिनोमिनेटर में 1 है हमेशा, देन यू कैन यूज अर्थमेटिक मीन ऑल्सो. देन अर्थमेटिक मीन इज परफेक्ट. इसका एक एग्जांपल मैं और देता हूं आप लोगों को. हार्मोनिक मीन का तो मैंने एग्जांपल दिया. One company's profit were 80 in first year. It increased to 100 in second year. What percentage it increased? First year profit were 80, second year profit were 100. 25% is the very right answer. So in absolute increase by 20, 20 divided by 80 into 100. So result out is 25% growth rate is there. Then in third year, profit again reduced to 80. From 100, profit reduced to 80. Now tell me the negative growth rate. Yes, 20%. बिल्कुल सही कहा. 100 से 80 आ गया तो -20 डिवाइड बाय 100 हुआ, तो -20%. अगर मैं एवरेज निकालने की कहूं ग्रोथ रेट की, 2 इयर्स ग्रोथ रेट की एवरेज, तो फर्स्ट ईयर की ग्रोथ रेट 25%, सेकेंड ईयर की ग्रोथ रेट -20%. सिंपल अर्थमेटिक मीन निकालोगे, दोनों को सम करके डिवाइड बाय 2 कर दोगे. 25 -20 डिवाइड बाय 2, तो 2.5% आ गया एवरेज ग्रोथ रेट अर्थमेटिक मीन से. वेयर एज वी ऑल नो 80 से स्टार्ट हुआ तो 80 पे खड़ा है, ग्रोथ रेट इज 0. दिस इज एक्चुअली सिंस द ग्रोथ रेट इज ऑन रेशियो स्केल. इसका न्यूमिनेटर भी डिनोमिनेटर भी. व्हेन यू से 25%, एक्चुअली इट इज नॉट 25, इट इज 25 डिवाइड बाय 100. ये तो होता है परसेंटेज का मतलब. 2500 डिवाइड बाय 100 है. और जब कोई रेशियो स्केल पे है, चाहे यूनिट सेम हो, तो उस पर ज्योमेट्रिक मीन लगेगा. अगर यूनिट अलग अलग है तो हार्मोनिक मीन लगेगा, अर्थमेटिक मीन लगेगा ही नहीं उसको. You calculate geometric mean and you will find the result is right. The result out will be 0. So these are some related to central tendency. और न्यूमेरिकल ये इसी पे इन स्लाइड्स पे है, ये न्यूमेरिकल सारे जो केसेस हम डिस्कस करें. Okay, there is variance and then we use standard deviation also. And I hope everybody know, in case of variance and standard deviation calculation, sign is ignored. That is the limitation of standard deviation. Actually, square root में sign problem create करता है, iota create कर देता है, और mathematical calculations को complex कर देता है. तो statistics actually maths से कमजोर है. कोई stat वाला बैठा हो तो बुरा मत मान जाना. उसकी अपनी लिमिटेशंस है, उसने मैथ्स को एग्जैक्टली नहीं उठाया, मैथ्स के बहुत डाइल्यूटेड फार्मूलेज उठाए. तो स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन एंड वेरिएंस आर डाइल्यूटेड फार्मूला ऑफ मैथमेटिक्स वेयर नेगेटिव साइन इज ignored, and negative sign is ignored with a reason, because calculating square root of negative sign is difficult. और फिर उसके लिए आपको बहुत कुछ सीखना पड़ेगा, और फिर लोग उसको भी नहीं सीखेंगे जो बेसिक आता था. दैट्स व्हाई स्टैटिस्टिक्स ने क्या कहा, उसको इग्नोर कर दिया. और ये लिमिटेशन है स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन और वेरिएंस. और इसीलिए हम हमेशा स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन और वेरिएंस वी टेक इन प्लस माइनस साइन. If you recall my last few minutes, I said plus minus 2 standard deviation, plus minus 3 standard deviation. Why? Because negative sign was ignored there, and in assumption to simplify the mathematics. That's why every time we take, if you say standard deviation is 2.5%, we say plus minus 2.5%. In statistics, we always use plus minus both the signs for standard deviation. Although actually in practice, we use standard deviation is 3%, 5%, 8%. We don't use plus minus, but standard deviation will always mean plus minus this. And reason I told you. Skewness curses. This we will discuss. Through examples as well as through yes, next topic is our sampling. Any questions, please? I forgot in between. Overdose तो नहीं हो रहा है? Sir. Sampling, see, sampling methods you want me to discuss, I really doubt. Because everybody knows sampling methods. I'll show on the slides also. In sampling, 2-3 things are very important, which you can note down, which we can understand, we can remember. One thing is calculating sample size. Every time everybody is objected. आपने ये sample size क्यों लिया? You take 500 क्यों लिया? You take 1000 क्यों लिया? Sample size is always question. This is one thing that I want to discuss with you through software as well as through theoretical. Second is probability sampling should be used, and nobody in this world use probability sampling. Nobody. And still, when I do research, I don't use. I gave you an example that I took 20 stock markets data. There are 100 stock markets. There are 25 stock markets, stock exchanges in India itself. Why I took 20? I said I took Sensex from BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange. Why Sensex? There are 25 index in Bombay Stock Exchange. Why I took Sensex? Everybody in this world use convenient sampling. But still, we use statistical technique which assume that sampling is probability random sampling. This is universal fact. So when you use convenient sampling, justify it as on which parameter you took this sampling. I justified why I took 20 in number and why Sensex and Nifty. Sensex from BSE and Nifty from NSE. I took world's top 20 stock exchanges, top 20 trading stock exchanges. Now it is not convenient, and now it is not non-probability. Problem solved. For this thing, you should have a universe. When you talk about sample, you should have census. Census means universe. And for every research, universe changes. And we will take few examples of universe sample. If I want to know the learning level of the participants of this workshop, what will be my universe? All the participants of this workshop, all the registered participants of this workshop is my universe, and I can take sample from it. If you know the universe, ऐसी दो चीजें बता रहा हूं जो आप रिसर्च पेपर में लिखने के बड़े काम आती हैं और नॉर्मली थियोरेटिकल हम नहीं पढ़ाते. If you know the universe, you know the population, you can always claim I took random sampling. Likewise, there are 64 participants online and many are offline in front of me. And I ask question to Mr. X or Miss Y. And somebody object, is it random sampling? I say yes. And the mathematics people know, random number means giving equal chance to everyone. When I generated one random number, Mr. X number came. Nobody can cross check it. Second time random number generated will come differently. It is as simple. Equal chance to everyone. So if you have universe, you can always make tall claims. I used probability random sampling. तो अपनी रिसर्च में सबसे पहले तो आपको यूनिवर्स डिफाइन करना है, और फिर अगर यूनिवर्स डिफाइन हो गया तो आप आराम से कह सकते हो कि मैंने प्रोबेबिलिटी रैंडम सैंपलिंग यूज की. कोई उसको काट नहीं सकता, बात कोई नहीं उसको छेड़ सकता. लेकिन इसके लिए आपके पास यूनिवर्स का सैंपलिंग फ्रेम होना चाहिए. देयर इज ए टर्मिनोलॉजी कॉल्ड सैंपलिंग फ्रेम. सैंपलिंग फ्रेम मींस लिस्ट ऑफ यूनिवर्स रिस्पोंडेंट. सैंपलिंग फ्रेम मींस आपके पास लिस्ट होनी, तभी तो रैंडम नंबर जनरेट करोगे. अगर आपके पास लिस्ट ही नहीं है तो रैंडम नंबर कैसे जनरेट किया? अगर आपके पास लिस्ट है यूनिवर्स की तो कोई आपको टच नहीं कर सकता, कोई ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं कर सकता, कोई आपको क्वेश्चन मार्क नहीं डाल सकता. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम आती है लिस्ट नहीं. फिर आप एक पैरामीटर बना लो, टॉप 20, टॉप 10. रिसेंटली वन ऑफ माय स्कॉलर स्टडीड क्रिप्टोकरेंसीज. There are 2600 plus cryptocurrencies in this world. तो सर सैंपल क्या लेना है? टॉप 10. टॉप 10 covers more than 90% market of the cryptocurrency. That's why I took top 10. Problem solved. Sensex of Bombay Stock Exchange is of 30 company only. 30 company, whereas more than 3000 companies are listed on Bombay Stock Exchange. But variation of this Sensex is more than the variation of other companies. That's why Sensex is very famous. Everybody talk about Sensex कितना increase decrease हुआ. Market का मतलब Sensex. Then on National Stock Exchange, Nifty 50 is equally good. On New York, NYSE, Nasdaq are equally good. Their index. So I said top 20 index. अगर आपने कोई ऐसा क्राइटेरिया बना लिया टॉप 20, टॉप 10, तो आपकी प्रॉब्लम सोल्व. वन ऑफ द स्कॉलर स्टडीड कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस प्रैक्टिस ऑफ कंपनीज इन इंडिया. तो इंडिया में तो लाखों कंपनी, सैंपलिंग की दिक्कत आएगी. हम आई एडवाइज कि इसको ऑफ कंपनीज इन इंडिया मत करो, लिस्टेड कंपनीज इन इंडिया कर दो. जैसे ही लिस्टेड कंपनीज इंडिया का पीएससी की वेबसाइट से 3000 कंपनीज की लिस्ट निकल आई, जो लिस्टेड है वही है. अब 3000 में से आपने 30 ले ली, 30 ले लिया, 50 ले लिया, बट है अब आपका रैंडम सैंपलिंग कह सकते हो कि दिस इज रैंडम. बट रिसर्चर डिड नॉट गेट सेटिस्फाइड विद इट. नो सर, दिस इज चीटिंग, आई कांट चीट माई सेल्फ. मैंने कहा चलो एक सोल्यूशन और निकालो. आप लिखो टॉप 100 लिस्टेड कंपनीज इन इंडिया. अब 100 ले लो तो भी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व. लेकिन सर आई कांट टेक मोर देन 30। मैंने कहा ये तो फिर इस प्रॉब्लम को दूसरे तरीके से सोल्व कर, एक पर्टिकुलर इंडस्ट्री की लिस्टेड कंपनीज ले, उसमें 30 नहीं हुई, फिर 2 इंडस्ट्री ले लो, उसमें 32 हो गई, अबे 2 तो एक्स्ट्रा कर लो, एंड देन प्रॉब्लम इज सॉर्टेड। सो सैम्पलिंग में जो मैंने आपको, सैम्पलिंग फ्रेम इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इफ इट इज पॉसिबल। प्रोबेबिलिटी सैम्पलिंग इज कंपल्सरी, you need to prove that your sampling is probability sampling. If you cannot prove, then it will not be published in good journal. One thing. Second thing, it will be criticized by everyone. By everyone who never used probability sampling, that person will also criticize, because that person is other side of the table. Okay, I think this is sorted out. Anything related to this, please.
Comes to mental health, we are taking all depression patients. Then in this case, how to define humans?
Yes.
Because there are many patients.
अब ऐसा करो, मेंटल हेल्थ ऑफ अडल्ट्स ऑफ ग्रेटर नोएडा या गाजियाबाद ले लो, हु रिपोर्टेड देयर प्रॉब्लम इन हॉस्पिटल्स। अगर आप सारे हॉस्पिटल्स गाजियाबाद के लिस्ट कर सकते हो, या आपके एरिया के जिसने भी क्वेश्चन पूछा है, तो वो ले लो। सामने वाला कहेगा नहीं सर सारे हॉस्पिटल नहीं जाऊंगा, तो ठीक है सिविल हॉस्पिटल ले लो। सिविल हॉस्पिटल तो हर एक शहर में एक ही होता है, तो अपने आप फ्रेम आ गया सामने, क्योंकि वहां लिस्ट हुआ है, रिपोर्ट हुआ है, तो उसका रिकॉर्ड बना है। आप उस रिकॉर्ड को फ्रेम बना लो और वो आपका यूनिवर्स हो गया, वो आपका, और यूनिवर्स होने के बाद आपकी प्रॉब्लम ऐसे ही खत्म हो जाती। सर सॉरी सर, हाँ यस, लेकिन इनका इशू ये भी है ना कि बहुतों ने रिपोर्ट नहीं किया मेंटल हेल्थ। मैं भी डिप्रेशन में, मुझे ही नहीं पता, मैं अपनी बात नहीं कर, डरना मत आप। बहुतों को पता ही नहीं ना, आप रिपोर्टेड लो तभी तो पता चले, लिस्ट बनेगी आपकी। हॉस्पिटल में जो रिपोर्ट हो गया, अब क्राइम होता है, क्राइम तो ऐसे इतने जो पुलिस स्टेशन में रिपोर्ट ही नहीं हुए कभी, और कुछ लोग उसको क्राइम मानते, कुछ लोग नहीं भी मानते। हस्बैंड नहीं मानता डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस को, हस्बैंड क्राइम ही नहीं मानता। बीबी हस्बैंड का टॉर्चर करती है, वो नहीं मानती कि वो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस है। तो भाई इसका प्रॉब्लम कैसे सॉर्ट आउट हो? इसका प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट तब होगा ना जब आप कहोगे पुलिस स्टेशन में जितने केस है वो स्टडी करो, उनमें से लो। तो आप टाइटल में ये लिख दो कि डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस केस रिपोर्टेड इन पुलिस स्टेशन। अब पुलिस स्टेशन भी बहुत सारे हैं, फिर रिपोर्टेड इन प्लस डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस स्टेशन। अगर वो भी नहीं बनते, विमेन पुलिस स्टेशन। यानी आप अपने आप को वहां से स्पीच करो। एक बार बड़ा दायरा लेके अंदर खेल करोगे तो फंस जाओ। ऐसे मेरे एक स्टूडेंट ने अभी ये मेडिकल कार्ड नहीं है मोदी जी, क्या नाम है उसका, यस आयुष्मान कार्ड की स्टडी करनी चाहिए, तो उसमें तो यूनिवर्स बहुत बड़ा है। तो वो इश्यूज एंड चैलेंजेस फेस्ड बाय आयुष्मान कार्ड होल्डर्स डिस्कस कर रहे। हमने कहा कि साहब ऐसा करो कि कहाँ के हो सर, गौतम बुद्ध नगर से ही। गौतम बुद्ध नगर के जो हॉस्पिटल्स में आयुष्मान कार्ड पिछले 2 साल में लोगों ने यूज किए, हॉस्पिटल्स में लिस्ट आई होगी जहाँ यूज हुआ है, वहां लिस्ट देख, उनके इश्यूज एंड चैलेंजेस देख लो, तो क्या बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा। तो गौतम बुद्ध नगर में से दादरी देख लो, नैरो डाउन करते रहो अपने आप को, लेकिन टाइटल में नैरो डाउन कर लो, बाद में करोगे तो फंस जाए। तो बहुत सफिशिएंट केस। नाउ एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस प्लीज। जिंदगी का सुख वही है मैम, टॉपिक पे कर लो, नहीं तो गाइड इतना तलेगा, गाइड को तंग करना हो, कहेगा नहीं 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 उधर जाओ, वहां से लेके आओ। टॉपिक में स्पेसिफाई कर लोगे, उसके बाद गाइड बोलेगा, आप कहोगे हाँ क्या, आगे बढ़, क्योंकि मेरा तो डिफाइंड एरिया। हाँ ये एक इश्यू बहुत बार आया कि आपने यहाँ क्यों किया, जैसे मैं कह रहा हूँ दादरी गाजियाबाद, व्हाई दिस एंड कैन बी। पहला इश्यू तो ये है कि व्हाई दिस, ये तो इसका आंसर तो फिर भी आसान है, दूसरा इश्यू है इसको जनरलाइज कैसे करो। आयुष्मान कार्ड के बेनिफिट्स, इश्यूज एंड चैलेंजेस दादरी में जो फेस किए उसको पूरे इंडिया पे कैसे जनरलाइज करोगे। ये दो इश्यूज एक्चुअली रिसर्च के इश्यू है। तो पहले इश्यू का तो आंसर ये है कि आपने इस एरिया क्यों लिया। ये तो कन्वीनियंट सैंपलिंग, कन्वीनियंट सैंपलिंग जब होगी जब आप टाइटल में आपका रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम है आयुष्मान कार्ड होल्डर्स इश्यूज एंड चैलेंजेस, और उसके बाद अंदर जाके खेल करते हो कि मैं दादरी लूंगा, तब प्रॉब्लम है। आपका तो रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम ही दादरी के लिए था, प्रॉब्लम भी तो छोटी हो सकती है। आपका रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ दादरी के लिए था क्योंकि आपके टाइटल में आ गया। अब दादरी में जो पॉसिबल रिस्पोंडेंट है वही तो लूंगा। और एक दूसरी प्रॉब्लम का आंसर कि जनरलाइज कैसे करोगे। दादरी पे तो मैंने जनरलाइज कर लिया। अब दादरी इज इक्वली गुड टू अदर एरियाज आल्सो, जनरलाइज कर लो और रेप्लिकेट। ये इश्यू एक्चुअली रिलायबिलिटी और वैलिडिटी का। रिलायबिलिटी तो आगे क्योंकि मैंने टाइप टॉपिक में डिफाइन कर ली। वैलिडिटी कैसे आएगी। अरे भाई अगर मेरे रिसर्च रेप्लिकेट होने लगे और जनरलाइज हो गए तो मैं इसका पेटेंट नहीं करवा लूंगा। इंडिया में रिसर्च का पेटेंट क्यों नहीं होता, क्योंकि रेप्लिकेट नहीं कर पाते। हमने एरिया डिफाइन, मैंने आपको शॉर्टकट तो सिखा दिए, इसके रिपरकशन भी तो है। आप इसका पेटेंट कभी नहीं करवा पाओगे। पेटेंट करवाना है तो भाई फिर ठीक से काम करो। ICSR में मैंने वही प्रोजेक्ट डाला और मैंने कहा मैं नॉर्थ इंडिया लूंगा आयुष्मान कार्ड होल्डर्स, और 30 लाख रुपए मांगे। 30 लाख दो, मैं पूरा नॉर्थ इंडिया घूमूंगा। 30 लाख भी तो दो भाई। एक मैंने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज्म के लिए प्रोजेक्ट किया था, एक उनकी स्कीम थी विजिट इंडिया स्कीम, और मैंने उनको प्रोजेक्ट डाला 2.5 करोड़ रुपए का। विजिट इंडिया स्कीम ही थी तो मैंने कहा विजिट तो करूं मैं इंडिया का। हाल तो विजिट इंडिया स्कीम थी, फॉरनर इंडिया में आए और उनको कुछ बेनिफिट दिए जाएंगे। तो आई वाज स्टडीइंग इस एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट याद आ गया मुझे आप लोगों के लिए भी और सब एकेडमिशियंस को भी। गवर्नमेंट के कभी कोई स्कीम निकले ना, आप ये कहो मैं स्कीम को इवेल्युएट करूंगा, मिनिस्ट्री में प्रोजेक्ट डाल दो, 50% चांस है कि आपको फेयर चांस में भी प्रोजेक्ट मिल जाए। गवर्नमेंट स्कीम को इवेल्युएट करने के लिए प्रोजेक्ट डाल दो, आपको पैसे मिल जाएंगे। हाल तो नेटवर्किंग चलती है, देखिए होता है ना, तो क्या बोलते हैं कैटरिस पेरिबस कि अदर कंडीशंस अप्लाइज, है ना, बाय कीपिंग अदर थिंग्स कांस्टेंट। तो नेटवर्किंग चलती है, उसके कारण प्रोजेक्ट मिलते हैं, बिल्कुल सही है। लेकिन बहुत सारी जगह तो कंपटीशन ही नहीं है। अलीगढ़ में नई यूनिवर्सिटी खुल रही है, वहां अप्लाई करो, वहां कंपटीशन ही नहीं है। गौतम बुद्ध यूनिवर्सिटी में जब आया था कंपटीशन ही था, 11 में आया था, लोगों को पता ही नहीं था इसका। आज अप्लाई करके देखो, आज तो PhD में एडमिशन नहीं होता, फैकल्टी में तो कैसे करेंगे कॉम्पिटिशन। तो निश एरिया में काम करो कि कंपटीशन नहीं मिले। 2 यूनिवर्सिटी खुली है, एक अलीगढ़ में और एक इधर ही कहीं आसपास, मेरठ के आसपास और कहीं सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी। न्यूज़पेपर में आया रिसेंटली, 250 पोस्ट अप्रूव हुई है, आया था ना रिसेंटली न्यूज़पेपर। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में तो बोल के गए थे बात आके, तो मुझे इसलिए याद है। तो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू टेल यू इज, प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए भी कोई सरकार की स्कीम हो, कहो इसको इवेल्युएट करूं, और पूरे सिनॉप्सिस में, प्रपोजल में ये शो करो कि मैं तो सरकार का भगत हूं, पॉजिटिव निकाल के लाऊंगा। क्योंकि आजकल देखिए, नहीं तो फिर आप लोगों के साथ और कुछ भी हो सकता है अगर आप सरकार का अगेंस्ट चलोगे तो। हाँ, मैं आप लोगों को बता रहा था, मैंने विजिट इंडिया स्कीम्स का 2.5 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट बनाया कि मैं इसे इवेल्युएट करूंगा। मैं मिनिस्ट्री गया प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए इसलिए बुलाया, वी वांट टू सी हु आर यू, हु इज आस्किंग 2.5 करोड़ रुपीस फ्रॉम अस टू इवेल्युएट ए स्कीम। आई सेड सर कि पूरे इंडिया की स्कीम में लगी है स्कीम, और पूरे इंडिया जा जाके इवेल्युएट करनी पड़ेगी। और बोले फॉरेन वाले जो इंडिया आए थे तो तुम फॉरेन जाके भी इवेल्युएट करोगे। आई सेड सर फॉरेन में तो चलो आप लोग मौका नहीं दोगे, 2.5 करोड़ में फॉरेन तो कहाँ जाऊंगा, इंडिया तो घूम लूं। But to cut the story short, ministry told that they spent 0 rupee on that scheme, and you are asking 2.5 crore rupees to evaluate that. और रिजल्ट आउट आपको पता ही होगा कि क्या रहा, तो उन्होंने नहीं दिए मेरे को पैसे। ये भी देखना है कि उनका बजट क्या था। ऐसे नहीं कि कोई स्कीम इवैल्यूएशन डाल दो और उतने रुपए मांग लो जितने की स्कीम ना थी। तो फिजिबिलिटी स्टडी भी डेफिनेटली जरूरी। आई होप सैंपलिंग के क्वेश्चंस हैंडल हो गए। कोई और क्वेश्चन है मैम? देखिए, अगर आप कोई स्टैंडर्ड फार्मूला यूज करते हो तो आपको कोई ऑब्जेक्ट नहीं कर सकता। एक उस पे ऑब्जेक्शन आता है कि ये तो यूरोप का फार्मूला है, यूरोप के लेवल पे स्केल्स डेवलप हुआ था, आप उसको इंडिया में कैसे अप्लाई करते? तो इसका एक सॉल्यूशन ये है, आप एक पायलट स्टडी करो और उसकी रिलायबिलिटी और वैलिडिटी टेस्टिंग कर दो। अगर वो अप्रूव हो जाती है, जो मैं करवाऊंगा, प्रैक्टिकली करवाऊंगा, रिलायबिलिटी वैलिडिटी आपको ध्यान हो तो मैंने अपनी पीपीटी पे रखा था टॉपिक, क्योंकि मुझे पता है रिसर्चर का पेन कहाँ है। बड़ी बड़ी बातें करके मैं निकल जाऊं और एक्चुअल में इन हैंड कुछ ना आए तो मुझे भी पता है, सास भी कभी बहू वाला बात है। आई वॉज ए रिसर्चर स्टूडेंट ऑल्सो। तो सैंपल स्टडी करो, पायलट स्टडी करो। अभी रिसेंटली एक किसी के स्टूडेंट का प्री सबमिशन था, पीएचडी स्टूडेंट का, और मैं वहाँ एक्सपर्ट था उस पैनल में। उसने 500 का सैंपल लिया हुआ और मैंने उससे पूछा क्वेश्चन कि तुमने पायलट स्टडी तो की नहीं, तो ये क्वेश्चनियर तुम्हारा वैलिडेट कैसे हुआ? क्वेश्चनियर वैलिडेट नहीं हुआ तो तुम्हारे रिजल्ट्स कैसे वैलिडेट करेंगे? तो गलत बात है। उसने कहा सर मेरा तो सारा काम हो गया, मैं तो प्री सबमिशन के लिए आया हूँ, आप तो क्वेश्चनियर ही ऑब्जेक्ट कर दियो मेरा। आफ्टर द प्रेजेंटेशन आई टोल्ड हिम, ऐसा करो, पहले 50 का वैलिडेशन कर दो, कहो कि ये पायलट स्टडी थी, और उसके बेस पे आपने 500 का डेटा लिया। सोल्यूशन भी तो है। हमेशा मिनिमम 20 का सैंपल लेके और 10% ऑफ योर सैंपल की पायलट स्टडी कर और उसकी रिलायबिलिटी और वैलिडिटी टेस्ट कर। ये हम कल पक्का करेंगे और आप में से किसी का डेटा उस पर भी कर देंगे। अगर उसकी रिलायबिलिटी और वैलिडिटी टेस्ट हो गई और वो पास हो गई, तो आज चाहे वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट आपने डिजाइन किया हो, जिसको हम क्वेश्चनियर बोलते हैं, चाहे वो स्केल किसी और ने डिजाइन किया हो, वो अप्रूव हो गया, क्योंकि वो आपके रिस्पोंडेंट पे पास हो गए। वो वही बात है। एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग केस हुआ कोरोना के टाइम में। एक जो ये नहीं थी, मैं उसको कोम्बी फ्लेम नहीं, दूसरी टाइप का डोलो बड़ी सक्सेसफुल रही और बाद में बड़ी कंट्रोवर्सी में रही। सक्सेसफुल इसलिए रही, इंडिया में लोग ओबेसिटी की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। अब 500 mg ओके, वो पैरासीटामोल, लेकिन मेरे जैसे जिसका वेट ज्यादा है उसमें 500 mg काम नहीं कर रही है, उसको ओवरडोज देने, ज्यादा डोज देने की जरूरत। तो वेट भी मैटर करता है। एक्चुअली दोनों ने अपने आप में काम नहीं किया, वेट के कारण उसने काम किया। बंदे का वेट ज्यादा बढ़ रहा है, तो ज्यादातर लोग जो बीमार थे वो ओवरवेट थे। अनहेल्दी आदमी ओवरवेट के कारण होता है और फिर वो विपसना करता है, फिर वो खाना छोड़ता है। ये सारे इश्यूज आपस में रिलेटेड। जी
So we have to anticipate our on each and every student from that particular class. After that identification, those who have found eligible for that behavior will be further for analysis related to another variable. Then what criteria of
सी स्टूडेंट्स का कहा, तो इसमें स्टूडेंट को फिल्टर कर लो, वही एक हमने जो डिस्कस किया। आप एरिया डिफाइन कर लो, कॉलेज डिफाइन कर लो, और बाद में कहना कि सारे कॉलेज एक जैसे होते हैं। इससे आपका सैंपल साइज छोटा हो, यूनिवर्स छोटा हो जाएगा और उसमें से आप काम करने में आसान रहेगा। बाकी ये पेड सैंपल का केस बनेगा, उनको ये भी बता दीजिएगा, ये पेड सैंपल का केस बनेगा, क्योंकि अगर आप एक स्टडी करके एक ट्रीटमेंट देके दोबारा सैंपल निकालते हो तो वो पेड केस बनेगा। यस मैम। Yes, ma'am. You can combine, you can copy, you can manipulate, but always make a pilot test and use reliability validity of that. If that is okay, no problem. Then there is no problem. But if that is not okay, then there is a problem. आपके क्वेश्चनियर पे ऑब्जेक्शन सिर्फ इसी बात का आता है कि उसकी रिलायबिलिटी वैलिडिटी टेस्ट नहीं। अगर वो हो गई तो काम खत्म हो गया। अगर वो रिलायबल है और वैलिड है। यस मैम, यस मैम, बिल्कुल। हम फाइनेंस, पता नहीं आप लोग शायद दूसरे फील्ड, एचआर आपका फील्ड एजुकेशन के हैं, हम फाइनेंस के लोग भी स्टैंडर्ड क्वेश्चन का स्टेटमेंट बदल देते, चेंज करते। क्यों? फॉर एग्जांपल मैं बिहेवियरल फाइनेंस का भी स्कॉलर रहा हूं। बिहेवियरल फाइनेंस मतलब इन्वेस्टर्स बिहेवियर स्टडी करना है फाइनेंशियल पर्सपेक्टिव। अब मैं आपसे पूछा आप कितना रिस्क ले सकते हो। आज ही बात हो रही थी, किसी ने मुझसे पूछा व्हाट्सएप पे, मैं शेयर ट्रेडिंग में भी काम करता हूँ, तो हाँ तो जो भी सब्जेक्ट में पढ़ाता हूँ वो मैं प्रैक्टिकली यूज करता हूँ। जैसे रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी पढ़ाता हूँ तो आई प्रैक्टिकली प्रैक्टिस है, और दूसरा मेरा सब्जेक्ट है टैक्स एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट, तो वो भी मैं प्रैक्टिकली प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ। तो एक मेरे फ्रेंड है और सीनियर है, फ्रेंड तो वो मानते हैं, अदरवाइज ही इज सीनियर टू मी, ही सेड कि प्लीज आज कौन सा शेयर खरीद। और जब उन्होंने शुरू किया था मेरे साथ ट्रेडिंग एडवाइस लेना, तो आई आस्क्ड हिम सर आपका रिस्क लेवल कितना है, रिस्क बियरिंग कैपेसिटी क्या। किसी को नहीं पता एक्चुअली रिस्क बियरिंग कैपेसिटी क्या होती है। सोशल लाइफ में हमारी रिस्क बियरिंग कैपेसिटी रोड पे इतनी है कि हम गलत ड्राइव कर लेते हैं, एक्सीडेंट भी करवाने के लिए तैयार होंगे। फाइनेंस में अगर मैं कहूं रिस्क बियरिंग आपकी जेब में, आप पैसे नहीं खोना चाहते हो, रिस्क बियरिंग कैपेसिटी जीरो है हमारी, वी डोंट वांट टू टेक रिस्क, गैम्बलिंग तो हम करना ही चाहते। तो एक्चुअली रिस्क बियरिंग कैपेसिटी टेक्निकल टेक्निक है, टर्मिनोलॉजी है, एंड व्हेन वी आस्क टू द रिस्पोंडेंट दे डोंट नो, हमें सिंपल लैंग्वेज में बात करनी पड़ती है। तो लैंग्वेज चेंज करना अपने आप में कभी इश्यू नहीं, बट अगेन आपको टेस्टिंग करनी चाहिए रिलायबिलिटी और वैलिडिटी की। यानी रिलायबिलिटी और वैलिडिटी का मीनिंग क्या है? रिलायबिलिटी का मीनिंग है कि आप सेम क्वेश्चन बार बार पूछोगे, उसके रिजल्ट सेम आएंगे। क्यों आएंगे? क्योंकि आपकी जो बात है वो सही तरीके से जा रही है। अब मैं रिस्क बियरिंग कैपेसिटी पूछ रहा हूं और उसके बाद मैं इसको इतना मैनिपुलेट कर दूं सेंटेंस को कि अलग अलग मीनिंग निकले उस बात का। जैसा हमने एक एग्जांपल मालामाल वीकली ऐसे मूवी से डिस्कस भी किया, और बहुत सारे जोक्स बने हुए ऐसे, एन नंबर ऑफ जोक्स है ना। उसमें अब बैंक की स्लिप पे लिखा होता है राशि, तो उसने लिखा तुला राशि। व्हाट डू दिस मीन? दिस मीन जो आपने पूछा सामने वाले ने वो परसीव किया ही नहीं वैसे। ये भी रिसर्च यही टॉपिक है जो आप पूछ रही है मुझसे। वर्ड चेंज मीनिंग सम टाइम, तो आप स्टैंडर्ड वर्ड पूछो, जो रिस्पोंडेंट के लेवल का मीनिंग वर्ड है वही पूछो। अगर रिस्पोंडेंट के लेवल का मीनिंग नहीं पूछोगे तो वो कुछ भी आंसर कर देंगे, और फिर वो आपको प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेगा, आपके रिसर्च की क्वालिटी गिराने। जी यस, सैंपल साइज पे मैं आने वाला हूँ, सैंपल साइज पे मैं आने वाला हूँ आपको। यस, सैंपल साइज का एक फॉर्मूला है। ये सारी बातें तो मुझे लगता है आप लोगों को, ये लो, ये वेरियस टेक्निक्स, आई डोंट थिंक ये डिस्कस करने की जरूरत, दिस विल बी बोरिंग फॉर यू ऑल। बट मैं रांची में एक यूनिवर्सिटी है, गुरु घासीदास यूनिवर्सिटी, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, तो दे इंसिस्टेड कि नहीं ये टेक्निक भी डिस्कस करो, इसमें भी कोई नई बात बताओगे आप। तो हमें ट्रेड ऑफ भी करना है, टाइम तो आपके पास उतना ही है ना, मैं तो इसमें भी नई बात बता जाऊंगा, लेकिन उस टाइम को आप कहीं और यूज भी कर सकते हैं, तो इसीलिए हम इसको छोड़ देते हैं। इसमें नहीं रहेगा। हाँ, इसके स्टेप्स हैं। मैं चाह रहा था सैंपल साइज आ जाए तो मैं आपके सामने इसको डिस्कस। ये सारी स्लाइड्स आप लोग के लिए, इतनी स्लाइड्स है कि आप रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी की कोई भी क्वेश्चन इनसे पूछ सकते हो, प्रोवाइडेड के पढ़ो। लेकिन मेरा एक्सपीरियंस ये कहता है कि हम जब अंदर होते हैं तो हम बड़े खुश होते हैं कि हाँ ये, उसके बाद कभी नहीं खोल के देखते। तो सैंपल साइज का फॉर्मूला क्या है? पायलट स्टडी करो एक स्मॉल सैंपल पे, मिनिमम 20, उससे मीन और वेरिएंस देखो, और उसके बाद जेड टेस्ट लगा के एन निकाल लो। जेड टेस्ट का फॉर्मूला होता है एक्स बार माइनस म्यू अपॉन स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन अपॉन रूट एन। ये बड़ा स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मूला जेड टेस्ट। तो एन तो है वहां, आपके बार अगर मीन और स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन निकला है आपके सैंपल का, तो उससे रिवर्स फॉर्मूला लगा के, और जेड की वैल्यू आपको पता है 95% लेवल ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस पे टू टेल टेस्ट में 1.96 होती है प्लस माइनस। ये बड़ी स्टैंडर्ड बात, नॉर्मल बात मैं आप लोगों को बता रहा हूं। तो हर बुक, हर रिसर्च नॉन प्रोबेबिलिटी के लिए वो और प्रोबेबिलिटी के लिए ये फार्मूला यूज करते हैं जो यहाँ लिखा है। पी और क्यू की वैल्यू आपको पता है, एक्सेप्टेंस और रिजेक्शन की प्रोबेबिलिटी की। उससे आप सैंपल साइज का फार्मूला निकाल। जेड टेस्ट दुनिया में सबसे फेमस टेस्ट। आप कहो कि साहब मैंने तो फार्मूला इस सैंपल साइज, एक्चुअली सैंपल साइज इंक्रीज इफ वेरिएशन इज इंक्रीज्ड। सपोज तो यहाँ 40 लोग बैठे हैं, सब एक माइंडसेट के, एक लेवल पे एजुकेशन के हैं, एक लेवल के मेंटल पीस पे हैं, एक लेवल की क्यूरियोसिटी पे हैं, तो आपको नहीं लगता अगर सारे एक लेवल पे हैं, मैं एक से पूछूंगा सबसे पूछा गया इक्वल बात? अगर सारे बिल्कुल एक जैसे हैं तो आस्क वन इक्वली गुड टू ऑल 40। जैसे जैसे वेरिएशन बढ़ेगा, नहीं क्वांट्स नॉलेज अलग अलग है, तो फिर वेरिएशन बढ़ेगा, आपको सैंपल साइज इंक्रीज करना पड़ेगा। सैंपल साइज इंक्रीज, वेरिएशन इंक्रीज इन योर रिस्पॉन्स। दैट्स व्हाई पायलट स्टडी करो, उसका मीन और वेरिएंस के फार्मूला यूज करके जेड टेस्ट का सैंपल साइज निकले। और पायलट स्टडी में इंश्योर करो जो आपके पॉसिबल रिस्पोंडेंट है वो सारे कवर हो गए। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप कह रहे हो 2 जेंडर है तो दोनों कवर करो। ये नहीं पायलट स्टडी आपने मेल पे कर दिया और मेन स्टडी फीमेल पे कर दिया, और आपका अजम्पशन ये है कि मेल फीमेल डिफरेंटली बिहेव करते, तो फिर अलग अलग। सो पायलट स्टडी में ऑल पॉसिबल कैटेगरीज ऑफ रिस्पोंडेंट्स को अगर आप कवर कर लोगे और वेरिएंस और मीन निकाल लोगे और जेड टेस्ट के फार्मूले से स्टैंडर्ड सैंपल साइज निकाल लोगे, nobody in the world can challenge your sample size, and that is the only option of calculating sample size.
वेरिएंस का एक चीज बताइए, वेरिएंस जैसे नोन है तो ठीक है जेड, मान लीजिए अगर अननोन है वेरिएंस,
स्टैंडर्ड आंसर सैंपल का तो लोगे ना, स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन सैंपल का लिया ना हमने तो।
हाँ ये, लेकिन अगर मान लीजिए कि जैसे नोन है
सर सैंपल का तो हम कैलकुलेट करेंगे ना। आपने जैसे मेरे 40 रिस्पोंडेंट है, मैंने 40 में से 5 सैंपल 20 का सैंपल लिया पायलट स्टडी में, जब डेटा आ जाएगा तो उसका मीन और वेरिएंस तो अपने आप निकलाएगा। यूनिवर्स का अननोन है, लेकिन मैंने ये इसमें हमने एक राइडर लगा दिया। राइडर ये है कि आवर पायलट सैंपल शुड रिप्रेजेंट द यूनिवर्स, ऑल कैटेगरीज। अगर आपने कैटेगरी बनाई हुई है रिलीजन, तो सारे रिलीजन के सैंपल साइज में उसमें के अंदर लो पायलट स्टडी में। अगर आपने कैटेगरी बनाई हुई है कास्ट की, तो सारी कास्ट कवर करो। अगर आपने कैटेगरी बनाई हुई है उसमें इनकम ग्रुप्स की, तो सारी इनकम ग्रुप्स का रिप्रेजेंटेशन दो। अगर आप वो कर लेते हो, देन योर सैंपल इज रिप्रेजेंटिंग द यूनिवर्स एंड मेक ए पायलट स्टडी। पायलट स्टडी के सर जो आपके पास आउटपुट आएगा उसका मीन स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन निकालो और उसके बेस पे सैंपल साइज रिप्रेजेंट है। जैसे सर सैंपल साइज के 15 फार्मूले हैं जो मार्केट में मुझे पता है, और इससे ज्यादा भी हो सकते हैं। मैं जेड टेस्ट इसलिए बोलता हूं क्योंकि जेड टेस्ट रिप्रेजेंट करता है, ब्रॉडली एक्सेप्टेड है। सर हमें तो पायलट स्टडी करनी है, हमें तो सिर्फ एन निकालना है ना। दूसरा जो काई स्क्वायर टेस्ट है उसको नॉन पैरामीट्रिक टेस्ट कहा जाता है, और मीन और स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन पैरामीट्रिक है। तो अगर हम पैरामीट्रिक वेरिएबल लेके, सॉरी पैरामीट्रिक मेजर्स लेके, मीन और स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन तो मेजर हो गए ना हमारे, अगर पैरामीट्रिक मेजर लेके नॉन पैरामीट्रिक टेस्ट लगा देंगे तो मेरे मन को जस्टिफाई नहीं हो रहा। हाल तो बहुत लोग इसे जस्टिफाई मानते हैं, कोई बुराई नहीं है, दुनिया झाड़ फूक से भी बीमारी ठीक कर देती है और वो जस्टिफाइड है ना। आजकल एक ऐड आती है, नो ऑफेंस टू हमारे जो वो है, क्या नाम है, योगा गुरु, क्या नाम है उनका, रामदेव जी, उनकी ऐड आती है कि कैंसर में वो ये नहीं बताते कि कैंसर के लिए उन्होंने दवाई कैसे बनाई, वो बताते हैं कि कैंसर, मेरे एडवर्टाइजमेंट में आता है, कोई बंदा बताता है कि मेरी बेटी को या मेरी माँ को कैंसर था, इतने साल बीमार रहा, फिर वहां मैं वैद्य जी के पास गया, वैद्य जी ने बड़ा अच्छा डायग्नोसिस किया और मेरी बीमारी ठीक हो गई 1 साल के अंदर, मैंने फला जड़ी बूटी ली। सर ये मार्केटिंग का एक रिवर्स तरीका है, उसमें आप रिस्पोंडेंट के रिस्पॉन्स दिखा दिखा के मार्केटिंग कर रहे हो। अरे भाई हो सकता है तेरी किसी और कारण से ठीक हो गई हो, और मैं कैसे मानूं कि तो जेन्युइन पार्टिसिपेंट है? इसीलिए उन्हें इंटरनेशनल पेटेंट नहीं मिल रहे, पेटेंट्स नहीं मिल रहे उनकी दवाइयों के, पेटेंट्स नहीं मिल रहे क्योंकि वहां ये फेल हो जाती है बात। लेकिन वो सक्सेसफुल कैसे है? इंडिया में तो 140 करोड़ लोग हैं, उन्हें क्या जरूरत है यूएसए के पेटेंट की जहां 20 करोड़ लोग हैं? वो तो इंडिया में 140 करोड़ में से कोई तो फंसेगा, और दुखी आदमी कहीं ना कहीं झाड़ फूक हर चीज का सहारा लेने की कोशिश करता है, और इंडिया में तो खासतौर पर। तो इसीलिए हमारे एक बाबा जी और आए हुए हैं आजकल, बड़े फेमस चल रहे हैं, है ना? वही है कि चलिए एनीवेज इस टॉपिक पे नहीं आते। आई होप मैंने दोनों क्वेरी सोल्व कर दिए, सैंपलिंग हमने कवर कर दिया, और मेरे ख्याल से टाइम भी हो गया आप लोगों के लिए। तो आई होप कि हम आज शाम तक ये प्रॉब्लम सोल्व कर लेंगे एसपीएसएस की, और सारे टॉपिक हम कल टेक ऑफ कर दिया सर। सो थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग टुडे, हैव ए नाइस टाइम।
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. किसी ने भी तालियां नहीं बजाई सर के लिए, सुबह से लगे रहो। Okay, now I request everyone to join us for tea in room number 1104. Thank you and have a nice day, everyone. For the offline participants, we will resume our session for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.
ऑफलाइन बोल दिया मैंने।
ये आपके बंदे मेरे सारे लोग, उन्होंने शेड्यूल शेयर किया हुआ है, शेयर हुआ है, उसमें टाइपिंग की हुई है।
इसमें मीटिंग में आप चेक